we're going to pick up right after the end of the trial of Captain Morgan, who has left the station already with Admiral Nea on her vessel, to where he will spend out his sentence elsewhere. Rumors have been floating around the station as of late, as more vessels have appeared to have gone missing around the Ebon Expanse, and construction still continues on the upgrades on the diplomatic suites on board the station. And with that, we will kind of pick up wherever you guys wish to do as we start off with a bit of free roleplay and whatnot. And I'm assuming that Vogel and Garibaldi wish to have something to discuss.
Cool.
I can do a scene with Reef.
I apologize. Say that again.
Knocking, ripping your office door.
Enter.
Dr. Mountain walks in. It's
Hey, Doc.
Hey, mind if I sit down?
Sure. Only if you let me ask you if you need something to drink. Arif will say as he starts walking to the replicator.
Sure. Roctagino, please.
Arif.
Shouldn't have too many of these.
Well, if nothing else, if you did, you're probably the man to see to fix it. He'll say, replicating it and bringing the doctor's drink before sitting down himself.
Oh, I love your rug. Looks pretty cool.
I
Is it new?
appreciate that, Doctor. It is actually. It is. It took so long to get here. I feel like, well, quite frankly, I never would have it, but here it is. And what brings you here?
Thank you. This will be the third one today. Okay. He sets it back down on the desk after a sip. I have a list of equipment and hopefully some experiments that survived the crash of the Tenchi, and I was hoping that I could request some of those surviving materials and data so that I can continue some of my research that kind of took a left turn. So I was hoping you could help with that process.
Of course, Doctor, and quite frankly, I trust you. So you'll get your okay either way. But if you'd like to tell me about that left turn, I'd.
Well, I mean, the Tenchi crashed into the planet, as you know, and the hull was brought back and is being refitted, I presume, once they salvage what they can. So I'm hoping the salvage of such things would include some of the data and stuff from my med bay and also my personal quarters. I know I already requested some personal effects, which I received. Thank you very much. Just hoping to get some of the science and medical research I've been doing.
Chuckling softly, Arif's gonna mutter to himself, too many meetings with Garibaldi. And I'll look up
Okay.
and say, of course, Doctor. I believe me. You can. First things first. You're welcome, of course, and
Oh, thanks.
absolutely. Do you need me to make a certain type of request, or how do I go about this?
Well, well, perhaps you can work with Sarah to. She was on the Tenchi for a while before this assignment and other assignments. I guess I'm not sure what she's been doing before here. However, between then and there, but she might have contacts with some of the folks in command, and more specifically in regards to the Tenchi. You might have more information than I do. I'm not sure how to go about it, but anyway.
Um, of course, Doctor. I'll look up and see her at ops, possibly in a conversation, and I'll say as soon as I next meet with her, I will pass this along and I'll tell her it's a top priority.
Oh well. Thank you. I appreciate the expedited this you're suggesting. It has been a few months actually, so I'm hoping some of it has been preserved. But if not, then I'll have to start over. And some of that equipment is unique, and so it would be important to at least get something of that, if not all of it. I might be able to reconstruct it actually.
Um, Nodding, I'll say, of course, Doctor. And actually, your arrival reminds me, I know we keep putting it off, but I was hoping in the next couple nights we could find time to work in that dinner we keep talking about. There's some things I'd prefer to talk with you about, just simply not appropriate for duty while there's work to be done. But
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm just making this request officially because that was some medical research on some of my papers I've been working on recently. Some of them surgery related, and some of them cybernetic related. Anyway, so thank you. Yes, let's plan. How about tomorrow evening? I think I am free.
um, that sounds wonderful. And GM, the are the remains of the Tenshi? They're not on DS-17, are they?
They've been taken back to Earth.
Okay, thank you.
That was a while ago, though, when they got taken back to Earth, like probably 10 months ago.
Gotcha. Um, in which case, excellent. Sorry, I lost the place a little bit.
Worries. We were just settling on tomorrow night for our dinner. Um, it's been a while since I've seen those things, so but I in my new home here, I was kind of in a juggling mode for a moment, different ships and stuff. So, but I'm glad I've settled in here, and I appreciate your command here, sir. And I thank you for your time. I'll catch you tomorrow night, if not sooner.
Anytime, Doctor. And quite frankly, I feel like I see you far too little. So feel free to pop in whenever you so choose.
Yes, as long as my official duties don't keep me away, I will make it more a point to come up here.
Excellent.
All right. Have a good
And
afternoon or morning.
thank
What time of
you.
day is it?
Thank you.
Can't tell looking out a space station window.
Well, we could just say, um, "Be well, Doctor," and please let Sarah know to uh, take a take a trip on in here next time her duty allows.
Yeah, I'll stop and talk to her at Ops for a minute, and then I'll send her your way.
Thanks, Doc.
All right. And he'll just head directly there. Oh, hi, Quinix. How are you today? Lieutenant Commander Volk, can I speak with you when you have a chance?
Maybe not.
Garibaldi, how you doing?
Huh. Well, since crewman Morgan was convicted, I'm doing pretty good.
Oh, uh, perhaps we'll chat about it later. I have a quick thing to do, talk with Sarah about, but I'll be right back. Excuse me? Hi there. Hi. Just a quick thing, Sarah. I've been going over some other research, and I found there's some gaps that I just couldn't fill here on the station. And I'm hoping, beyond hope, that maybe some of the remains of the Tenchi had some of my experimental data and perhaps some of the equipment that didn't get destroyed on the crash. And I asked Arif if he would help me gather that, and so he did request you to step into his office when you were free. But at least in my part, perhaps you know somebody who might know some information about where that data might be. If not, I'll have to start over. But if you can, any part of help, that would be great. Anyway, so yeah, just let me know if that is a thing. I didn't mean to interrupt your process. So anyway, uh, so yeah, I'll chat with you later. Quinix, tell me a little bit about your situation there.
What situation, Doc?
Well, since you
You had to we
have a
had you.
conviction under your belt now.
Well, I wasn't the prosecutor. Just my
Oh, no.
investigation led to that.
I
I mean, you
understand.
did hear Morgan was convicted, right?
I heard that.
It's I had a little part to play in that, I guess, since it was me
But
and
I did read your report. Yeah, I liked your inquiries, and your path of logic seemed to be pretty good. Um, Not that that's my specialty or anything. However, uh, did you believe that there was anybody else to blame? But I just thought that the engineer was culpable for some of it anyway.
well,
At least
certainly,
according to the reports.
the engineer had her part to play, but she's beyond Starfleet discipline at this point.
I
The
understand.
captain
And
that does not mediate, at least not fully mediate, uh, crewman Morgan's responsibility.
I did not suggest that.
Captain of the starship is responsible for everything that occurs on the ship, whether it's his fault or not.
I understand. So at least Arif goes down, checks in the power station down below regularly, I assume.
Test.
Yep.
Oh, there you are. Sorry, you had your mouth full there. Interrupting your snack.
And no, I was cleaning around my desk, and I think I might have loosened a cord.
Oh dear. But yeah, like I was saying, I think I agree with you completely. It's just a tragedy. So many lives.
Well, that's for certain. At least the man responsible for it will never command a starship again.
Yeah, I wonder about Commander Casey. He seems like a strong enough fella to unite a crew.
Could be, and as I understand that from the sentencing, he will pay a price for his a small bit of a negligence as well.
Understood. Well, it makes you wonder what we can do better to try to keep everybody safer. We have a lot of civilians here, so
Yeah, that's why I stay out of command. That's why I avoid command positions, Doc.
turning to Sarah, and how is your command position?
Excuse me, Doctor?
Well, how is your command position doing you? You're XO of this base. I was wondering.
Still getting used to it.
Yeah. Work is never done, I guess.
It's always one thing after the another. When I clear my plate, 50 more things tend to pile up on it.
I think it's more about finding a rhythm or a pattern that you can practice, rather than assuming that you're ever going to clear your plate. It's just how much can I do in a day, and how much can I take care of myself so I can do it again tomorrow. And that's the balance you got to find. I've seen overworked, stressed crew folk, and I do not suggest it as a route to take. So get your rest properly. But anyway, thank you, Garibaldi, for chatting. Perhaps we'll catch up again. But I'm gonna head back to Med Bay. As per my request, Sarah, I was hoping we could find some stuff about the Tenchi and my experiments aboard it, if there's any survivors of it.
Yeah, before I didn't realize what I was saying, I asked you. So basically, I responded, um, since your name is on the research and the data, if it survived, it should still be in those databases. Have you checked?
Oh, well, I'll look through whatever equipment and stuff. Was it delivered to my med bay? I think since the construction was going on, uh, things get misplaced sometimes.
Well, then,
Are you
Doc,
looking? Are you looking for data or physical samples?
Not samples, but equipment. There's a unique equipment that I had been developing, and some the data. I hope I can find it, like you said, from that source. But the physical objects, I'm not even sure they could have survived from a crash. But if they did, it would be nice to at least get the parts that are still working.
I'll double check, but you should also have access to the manifest list that they recovered. See if anything fits, but I'll look as well.
Thank you. All right, I will head back. Let me know if you need anything. Hopefully, I don't see you any professional capacity. Otherwise, then just chatting. In other words, don't get hurt. All right. I'll talk to you later. Thank you, guys. And
oh, speaking of extra duties, Sarah, I mean, Commander Vogel, looks around to remembering that he's on the command deck. How you doing with the kid?
It's going all right for now, but I do think you need something a little more stable.
Well, we could. Not sure I like the idea of just sticking him in an orphanage. Maybe we can find a Starfleet, preferably a Starfleet couple or a civilian couple here on the station that might be interested in adopting the little tyke.
That would be ideal. I know
And
it's
so,
been brought up that I take them in, but with my schedule and my new duties, I just don't have the time. And starting a family is not something I thought of yet.
well, I'm certainly not the fatherly. I'm not certainly not a father figure myself. Um,
Surely, with your past lifetimes of experience, you have more experience in this than I do.
well, sure. I've been a mother before, but maybe I don't want to go down that road again. But I'd like to until I get a better idea of where the kid came from and and I know more about what's going on with certain things. I'd like to keep the kid somewhere where I can put my hands on him, or at least keep a surveillance team around the kid.
Well, since you seem to have more investment in this than I do, why don't you head up the search for finding him a proper home, one that you can approve of?
Okay. You don't mind if I access the crew and station manifest? Do you? I'm going to do it anyway, but I thought I'd ask.
Something tells me you've already looked.
No comment.
This will be one of those tasks, Garibaldi, that I will delegate to your capable hands.
Why, thank you, sir. I'll keep you involved. I'll keep you. Do you wish to be? Well, I should ask. Do you wish to remain informed?
Given your testimony at the trial, I would say I should be informed about everything you do.
Probably. Yeah. There are a few
Less,
things. There are a few things that did come up that was probably for the best.
I'm just thinking I don't want you to throw me under the bus.
Would I do that? You're my second best friend on this station.
Only second?
Well, I've known Arif longer.
Ah. Speaking of the commander, I guess he wants to see me about something.
Yes, ma'am. Well, I'm gonna go get out of this stuffy uniform and find a place to keep the kid.
Let me know if you need the privileges of my rank. And she'll kind of like play with her new pip.
Yes, ma'am. Everybody will go find his own office and begin doing a search through the DS-17 crew manifest and then the civilian task, looking for what might be an appropriate new home for young Kegu. Another trill would be nice, but absent that, he would be interested if there is a Betazoid family on station interest that is looking to adopt.
I don't know if the GM's back yet.
As he said back.
I'm here.
Oh, okay. Missed it. While that's going on, I'll head to Arif's office and chime the door.
Enter.
And Vogel will walk in. You wish to see me, sir?
Ah, Commander. How are you on this fine day?
Still getting used to the new title.
Well, I guess better to get used to Commander than simply get used to Lieutenant. Anyways, pardon my errant thought. The doctor has a particular issue that, quite frankly, I think you're better suited to help with than me. I might, if you need me to call someone or use my codes, I'm perfectly okay with that. But um, I do think research, or well, quite frankly, I saw him talking with you for a little bit, so I assume he filled you in.
Yes, about his missing research on the Tenshi.
Yes. If there's an off chance that we can be of any help, I think that it's important to him, so it should be important to us.
Yes, I informed the doctor that he should still have access to his research if any of it survived the crash. But I will look down a few avenues just to see if maybe they're hanging out somewhere else.
Excellent, thank you. And as much as I trust him with the scalpel, I think I trust you with the console a little bit more than him.
I have been uniquely trained, sir.
That is why you are one of a kind. And if there's nothing else, Commander, I believe that should be it.
Yes, sir. And Vogel will do an about face and step out of the office.
Arifo leaned back, pleased with himself.
So you're looking into the doctor's research, Vogel?
Sorry, I was typing that out. Yeah, first thing I'm gonna do is get, status updates from all this from the station. Status update on the station and updates from all department heads. And then once I get all that, if there's no problems to deal with, I'll start tracking down the doc's research. Yeah, it's really just to make sure I don't have to put out any fires, and then I can focus on it.
Currently, there are no fires brewing today. At least in this particular part of the day. For your task, Vogel, this is going to be a reason plus command assisted by the station's communications plus command. Difficulty of 2.
You said reason and what?
Command.
Take a threat. Diff 2?
Yes, diff 2.
Then what was the system for the station?
Communications plus command.
Don't have a reroll there.
Sorry, I tried to get the station for you. I did, but I didn't do well for you.
It's all right. You could do what you will with the complication. I have no idea why I use con. It's the same stat.
Garibaldi, you find a nice Trill family. Or at least potential. They are Starfleet. They're here on the station. The one that works in the medical department. She is actually a counselor and trained in pediatrics.
Cool. And that's 2 momentum gained?
Difficulty was 4. Yes, 2 momentum gained.
All right, so I heard Starfleet officer in counseling.
Yes. And she's
Oh my
married.
God. Ain't she? Good. Fine. Taking us events ads. What's her name?
This is the part where I have to make a character up on the fly, and then remember to write down the name.
I understand. Did you indicate if she was Trill or human or?
She's either Trill or Betazoid. That was in your search criteria.
Cool. And a counselor.
I'm gonna send you the name.
Is there a rank attached to that name?
Lieutenant.
Lieutenant. I hate to do this to you, but what's her husband's name? Jason. Gearboy's next step then is to do a background and security check on both of them.
Reason plus security difficulty 2, assisted by the station's computers plus security.
Security. Reason security. I'm going to give you a threat so I can activate bulb. I know I'm just giving you those things left and right so far. You still take research or no?
Yeah, I'll take research.
Here's that. Oh my god. I'm re-rolling the comp. The station. So I'm glad it's only a difficulty 2.
I am locking one of your supporting character files, just so you know, in the medical department. No, nothing outstanding between the two. They've been on the station for the better part of nearly a year, so.
Clean performance evaluations on Lieutenant Chigix.
Yeah.
What's the husband do? Is he house husband or artist?
He works in the medical department too. He's a surgeon.
Oh, educated. Nice. Well, then I'm going to pass some of this improv off to the doctor then, because Garibaldi's going to go down to med sick bay to have an initial discussion with Dr. Mountain.
And somehow Garibaldi just created the last 2 supporting characters you have now.
That's talented.
And Prax, I did just ask for clarification on what the comp was. Yep, I see you typing. Never mind. Perfect, thanks. Are we still on the inops?
Yes.
I'll head back to Aru's office and chime the door.
Enter.
Sorry to bother you, sir. I started trying to pull up the doctor's research, and it appears that it has been sealed.
Really?
However, in my research, it would not tell me by who. My command codes were insufficient to find that out.
Well, fair. Let's see if my command codes work any better. And I'm going to follow up on Vogel's search string, only inputting my codes.
That's the bad computer noise.
Interesting. So I'm sorry, I might have missed the sound, but there's it. It was rejected.
You currently do not have access to your command codes will not access or unlock the file.
Isn't that interesting? Well, it seems. Sarah, do you have any idea what the doctor was working on, by chance?
I don't think the doctor shared what the research was with me, just that he wanted to get access to it.
That's fair. And I'm gonna hit my comm badge. Arif to Dr. Mountain.
Over Mountain.
Hey Doc, if you're not otherwise engaged, could you do me a favor and hop back up to my office?
Well, I just started a consultation, but I'll be up in a couple minutes.
Excellent. Thank you, Doc. I'm gonna cut off the channel and look to Sarah and say, well, why don't we see what this research is, and then given that, we'll decide whether or not um, we think we should take the matter to Admiral Keller.
Seems like a good course of action, sir.
And if all else fails, we'll take the matter to Garibaldi, he'll say with a chuckle.
The less I know what Garibaldi does, sir, the better it will be for everybody.
Hey,
Agreed.
Plausible deniability.
Well, that and one of us needs to maintain a good image. I'm just gonna kind of lean back and wait for the doc to get here.
I think Vogel's going to go to the replicator and get herself a cup of tea.
Excellent choice.
Earl Grey, warm, 2 sugars.
Arif will wince when she adds the sugar.
Don't like sugar, sir.
No, to be honest, I simply like it plain, though, quite frankly, I'm more of a coffee man myself. Drink that black as well, but I definitely will abide by a good cup of tea. After all, the Earl Grey with lavender is quite quite lovely.
Can never get used to the taste of coffee. It always tasted bitter to me.
Oh, that's the great part of it. Forces you to drink it quickly and get it over with.
I like to enjoy my beverages.
Uh, I would think, with my perspective, I would agree, but I find it more about locomotion than pleasure.
Burp.
Enter.
Knock, knock. Oh,
Hey, Doc.
that's where I left that. He picks up the Roctogena from the desk.
Chuckling, Arif will say, "Hey, Doc, we seem to have run into a bit of a snag trying to access your research. The good news is that it definitely exists.
Good.
However, the bad news is it appears to be locked above our specific command codes. So,
I was afraid of that. Yeah, it is a sensitive subject, I'm sure. But I was
we,
really, I can tell you what it was, and that's probably why it's a little challenging to get to.
well, I would definitely at this point. I'm, s- I believe I'm still willing to help, but I would like to know what I'm getting your hands on.
Sure. So I was conducting a brief but important investigation about the use of um, artificial items. They would call, I guess, we would call them nanites, to encourage regeneration around implanted cybernetics and other healing modes. And I was had access to a Borg regeneration unit from one of the crew folk. You remember Ellen of four of seven? Oh, Ellen of four, I guess. I thought it was seven, but anyway, she was a lieutenant, and they were a lieutenant. I'm not sure,
Yeah,
but
I remember her quite vividly.
indeed. Oh yeah, she was on the station for a while, wasn't she? Anyway, I was hoping to. Hopefully, the data was sufficient, but obviously, getting a sample might be difficult, especially at its distance. But it would certainly be beneficial to the Federation if I can continue my research.
Um, Looking actually a little slightly pale, Arif will say, "Well, doctor, I'm willing to help you get your hands on the research. However, as to the physical specimens, I'm afraid I won't allow that on my station."
I hear you. The research would entail non-active versions, as demonstrated in the former, I don't know what they call themselves, a former Borg, liberated Borg, that has become prevalent, unfortunately, over the years. However, I can understand your trepidation, and as you may or may not know, we both had encounters with them in the past, and so I hope this doesn't bring up any um, situations for you. But either way, I will respect your wishes, but I would also encourage keeping an open mind if we can find a very safe way of doing this.
Well, speaking for my dead and destroyed planet, Doctor, I don't believe there is a safe way.
I understand.
Looking through grit teeth, Arif will say, that being said, I will take your case to Admiral Keller about the research.
Thank you. I appreciate your willingness to help. I'm not, to be honest, I'm not doing this to hurt anyone. It's meant to, as a transplant patient myself, I have had my own difficulties over time, and I am hoping to alleviate, especially the more gross uh, damages that can occur in service to Starfleet and anywhere else in that, for that matter. So, in any event, it is the modality of which the regeneration chamber is used in relation to the nanites, and I'm hoping to find non Borg technology to create such a scenario for folks. So I may not even need that sample, but that was the material I had available at the time. So
Well, run all the simulations you want, Doctor, and when you're ready to start building something practical, feel free to come see me. However, I don't believe a sample will be forthcoming.
I've been waiting for 10 months so far. What's a little longer? Um, but yes, I will keep you appraised, and I will. Thank you, Sarah, for reminding me of where that research was. I'm hoping to have as much of it as possible. And the scans that I took, I hope, are still within Starfleet Medical's records. Is there anything else, Commander?
No, Doctor, as you were.
Thank you both for your help today. Hopefully, it's will be bear fruit in a good way.
Doctor, if you are planning on using live nanoprobes for your research, please submit proposals to ensure proper containment protocols.
Oh, certainly, yes. There was I was concerned initially, obviously, that any use of these samples were uh, dangerous, to say the least. So I kept my sample or my investigation in vivo of Lieutenant Ellen, uh, but I did not have a chance to have more than one or two scans, I think. So this is where I'm starting. So I will certainly keep you appraised of potentially hazardous or contamination level event mitigation.
Thank you, Doctor.
Certainly. I would treat it as any other pathogen. Severe pathogen. All right. Thank you both. I will check in later and see you tomorrow evening, Commander. Do you like noodles?
I do, Doctor, and I look forward to our evening then.
Until then, Sarah.
Doctor?
And with kind of a somber face, I'll turn to Vogel and I'll say, "Why don't you, if you could, please set up a meeting with Admiral Keller at his convenience?"
Yes, sir. I'll let you know when he's free.
Thank you. I'm just gonna kind of look at the desk, a little annoyed.
Anything else before we move on to the next scene? Oh, I guess I need to handle the thing with Keller too.
I am perfectly fine with the doc having to wait a day for that if Keller is busy or if is annoyed about it.
Well, the next scene is quite a bit of a time jump, so
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I can literally say it happens, the next day, but it, right?
No, that's okay. Uh, Being a little annoyed about it is probably for the best. Uh, Admiral, I hope the day is treating you well.
Uh, busy.
Well,
Tenant, your first officer, request uh, some sort of meeting. Is there an issue?
there is, Admiral. Our chief medical officer, Dr. Mountain, quite frankly, I feel like after the loss of the Tenshi and all the good work that he's been doing, he needs something for himself to sink his teeth into. And it seems like, well, quite frankly, it seems like some of the research that is quite important to him has been locked away in the databases of the Tenchi. And, well, quite frankly, I was hoping you could get them for us, for him.
Do you have the file?
I do. I'll say, spinning the console. And I'll turn away so I don't see him. Or so almost like the guy behind me on the ATM.
He starts looking at the file, and he's a bit perplexed by it. So your doctor wants to continue doing research on Borg nanites.
Yeah, if you ask me, it's a little bit of a horse. It's not the most acceptable research by and large. However, I've already ruled out any chance of samples being brought aboard the station, and as the doctor points out, quite frankly, it could do some good. And, well, with the new ship that they assigned us, quite frankly, maybe it'll give him an avenue to branch out a little bit too.
To be fair, I'm only allowed to look at what the research is about. The rest of the research is sealed by forces that are higher up than me. I'll have to go through and request a docket on the research. Could take several months.
Admiral,
This is politics at this point. Somebody wanted this research to be buried.
well, if nothing else, could you assist us to find out who? Maybe it'll help cut through some of the political red tape, and then after that, we could take the baton.
This is going to require a lot of help from friends in very high places to get a docket of this research. There are people in here who would probably instantly remove me from my position if I go poking around too much. He kind of like looks at you sternly, like, I'm not about to sacrifice a whole lot of stuff for this thing.
Loud and clear, Admiral. I understand, and if you don't mind, I'll tell the doctor that it may be a little bit, but as he pointed out himself, he's already been waiting for long enough that, well, he can afford to wait a little bit longer. And I also would like to apologize for potentially putting you in an awkward position. I know you'll do your best.
Just inform the doctor that there's no guarantees I'll be able to get the research.
Understood. And I appreciate you taking the time.
Is that all, Commander?
That's all I can think of now. But perhaps if I think of anything else, I'll come to you. I may have forgotten to include that part for Commander Vogel, so that's my fault.
Think nothing of it, Commander. Well, have a good evening.
I was about to say, unless you just wanted a view of my rug, which I understand, but you have a great evening as well, Admiral.
There's a spot there.
A shadow will cross by Arif's face as he says, yes, there is.
Nods and exits.
And Arif will send a text message to both Garibaldi, not Garibaldi, Mountain, informing him of basically what happened with the Admiral. And he'll shoot a message to Garibaldi with the file and basically see if you can cut through some of the political red tape and get a copy of this. Don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Garibaldi texts back and says, well, if I don't do anything you wouldn't do, I'm probably not going to be able to access this file.
I so want him to get back a winky face, but no. Um, uh, he'll get back. Just good luck.
Will do, boss.
And once again, pleased with himself, or he fully.
Garibaldi, I believe you went to sickbay.
It did. Seeing the doctor. Well, the
Look up.
doctor doesn't have an actual office, does he? Those are the doors. Hey, Doc.
The
Lieutenant.
walls are just.
Come on in. Have a seat.
Sure.
I already got the message from the commander, so it's probably going to be a while. That's what you hear about.
What message, Doc?
Oh, about the research from Tenshi.
Oh,
Anyway,
what were you researching?
well, I was trying to study the regenerative properties in relation to Borg regeneration pod that was aboard the Tenchi, as well as the former Borg who had some dormant versions of those, and I was hoping to find a non-Borg version to help with cybernetic implants and healing. Anyway, that's a long story short. That's what it's about. What can I do for you?
How and you asked Commander Reef about that?
Yeah,
Do you know what happened to his people, right?
I do.
So that went over about as well as a ton of bricks, huh?
Unfortunately, yes, but I waited 10 months, so I figured that was long enough before I could at least get started on the research again, perhaps. Get the ball rolling anyway.
If you get an opportunity to start that research again, Doctor, what steps you going to take to guarantee that you don't create a whole new race of Borg or put the station in jeopardy?
Well, of course, I wouldn't use real nanites. That would be cruel. I know firsthand like to lose someone to that. So I would take every precaution for sure. Perhaps create hollow simulators with the data I was able to recover from the data source that Lieutenant Commander Vocal told me about, and I would probably keep the failsafe at the most safe, so that even replicated versions would not have the abilities at all to do what one can do. However, that may take longer without some of the equipment that I had, and uh, frankly, uh, they just don't give a damn. But
That
that's okay.
that equipment include samples, Doc?
No, I mean, I did research in vivo inside the lieutenant that I was working with, and so I did not extract any samples because that would be unethical. However, I was able to study as much as I could in that context, and there are some hopeful signs to perhaps replicate the scenarios that the Borg replicate the regeneration pod or whatever they call it was able to function on the lieutenant. But alas, I mean, it's been a while anyway, and my duties here have been keeping me busy, so we'll see if anything pans out.
Sure. It's Risky stuff, though, I suppose.
Yeah, well, I mean, I I probably wouldn't have gone down that line if I hadn't been proximity. Uh, However, given the
Well,
nature of her disposition, it probably wasn't the best subject to choose.
well, well, you just think, think of ways that might make the commander more comfortable with it. We gotta.
Yeah, I'm looking for the benefit, and if I can help more people, the Borg have destroyed. I mean, they anybody extracted from that process will have permanent damage, and any way to alleviate that their suffering is my goal.
Well, just remember if the commander has any qualms about having that kind of research done at the station, remember there's a whole planet down below.
That's true, uh, but I think it's more technology based than nature based, I suppose. So I would have to recreate my lab that's already being developed here or expanded here. So for now, I think I'll have to work at the holodeck.
Well, if things work out for you, just make sure you get with head of security and
I will keep you apprised as I will Commander Reef and Lieutenant Commander Vogel and yourself, Chief. Uh,
you know I'm not chief of security here, right?
oh yeah, you were for a while. I changed your mind, I guess.
Well,
Anyway,
in
great.
another lifetime.
Well, yeah, I guess maybe that's from a memory from a different time. Anyway,
I think it's confusing for you non-trill keeping all the different memories. But that's not why I came down here, actually, Doc.
what is your pleasure of your visit?
Well, you've been settling in really well. I got a question about a couple of your staff, actually.
Sure. Of whom you speak?
Well, you got a counselor, I guess, Lieutenant Chix that took over from me when I quit counseling,
Yeah.
and her husband's one of your surgeons, Dr. Rios. I was wondering if you could tell me your impressions. I mean, it's a lot that can be learned about people that you don't find in a personnel file.
Hmm. Uh, well, I have spoken with them a lot recently. I see them at staff meetings. Um, they're good at what they do, specialists, and um, I they I have not heard any complaints from their patients, and their success records speak for themselves. Is there any specific thing you're looking to glean?
I just want to get an impression of who they are, Doc. Figure you work closely with them, or at least they work for you.
They do work for me. I'm still, like I said, getting used to its own command structure. I mean, that's not my forte. Uh, However, um, is there have they are they in trouble in some form or
Oh no, no, no,
related to an investigation somehow?
nothing like that, Doc.
Personal?
Actually have a something special in mind for them. But I want to make sure
Oh,
that, as far as you know, they're good people.
oh. Well, I don't necessarily fraternize with my staff. However, in my personal dealings, I think they're forthright and fine people. And GM, is there any specific reason I would think otherwise?
No.
Then I would say so. I would see no reason to question them in any way. What is this about, actually? I'm curious now.
Oh, that's I don't want to spoil that surprise, Doc.
Well, it's not a surprise for me.
Oh, it could be.
Sure, great.
Well, yeah.
Should we decorate?
No, no, no. I'm just
I mean, surprises. It could be a birthday. I don't remember.
well, I guess it's not something nothing I really need to keep secret, but keep it to yourself if you would.
Oh yeah,
Been,
no. If it's a surprise for them, I wouldn't spoil it.
well, I've been looking for a Been looking for a more permanent conservatorship for the Orion child, for the Trill child, Kegu.
Oh yeah, how is he doing? I haven't seen him for a little while.
Well, Lieutenant Commander Vogel's been taking care of him, but with her duties,
Yeah,
kind of
I
tough.
knew I knew it was temporary anyway, and plus, yeah, plus with her new position, it makes sense. So if that's whom you're speaking of as potential guardians. I do not see any reason that would eliminate them from your search.
Yeah, that's what I need to hear, Doc.
Yeah,
Uh,
absolutely. Yeah, I wouldn't mind being a party to their meeting or change over. I haven't seen the guy for a little while. We'll have to stop in.
no, of course not. Well, I mean, you'll get to see him since they work for you. But do me a
No, I
favor.
don't. I meant Kigu.
Do me a favor and ask them to get in contact with me when they finish their duty shift, would you?
Oh, sure. I will. I will make a note of it. Beep beep
All right. Well,
beep.
thanks, Doc. I'll let you get back to work.
Ah, great. Thank you for coming down and asking. You can be forthright with me. I don't hold anything against you.
Of course, Doctor. I appreciate that.
Take care.
Have a good one.
Same.
I think Gearboy's going to go back to his office to start working on that other research that Arif wants him to do.
And I'll send a message to the two of them about the lieutenant's request. And then he's gonna start going through the data again. See if he missed something.
So who's telling the happy couple that they've been selected for adoption?
Gearboy.
Yeah, I'm not in that. I just sent a note.
Garibaldi.
Si, senor.
What exactly you're going to be doing about this file?
Well, the commander asked me to see if I could access this file. I think the first thing he wants to find out before he tries to crack the encryption on the file is to see, because I imagine it would be easier than cracking the encryption would be to at least first find out whose toes he's going to step on when he cracks it, so we can see if he can find out who ordered this file sealed. Always good to know who you're going to make an enemy of right before you do it.
Reason security difficulty of 3. No assist from the computer or from the station.
Any of my handy focuses, research, espionage, infiltration, security systems. Not security systems would work. Maybe research or espionage here.
I'll take espionage.
Okay. I am going to give you a threat for bold. I think I'm going to spend those 2 momentum that I earned too. Well, they just disappeared from my screen. So I have an extra couple of dice. I'll spend my determination on the next roll. Oh, God. It's going to be one of those moments. Oh, there they go. Take the first one. I had to roll. I got impatient, hit the button twice.
Gain a momentum. The
Yay.
file was sealed by the vice admiral to the commander in chief of Starfleet Command. The guy one ladder down from the very top.
All right. So if I screw up the next roll, I will be unemployed. Probably serving time next to crewman Morgan. Things I do for Commander Reef.
Except he'll outrank you this
Love
time.
you.
The real question is, do you want to continue going?
Gearboy's going to look at it and see how difficult it is going to be to A, access the file, and B, do it in such a way that it cannot be traced back to him or Commander Reef. Oh, and on the security block, is there any kind of summary stating why it's sealed? Or it's just sealed?
It's sealed. I mean, Arif told you what it's all about, but
Yeah, board research. You know what? Gearbolt is gonna go talk to a reef before he cracks this file. But what's the role gonna look like? Just so he knows.
very, very difficult. Like, really difficult. Like, I don't know if you're gonna have enough dice to you have to get enough successes to equate more dice than you're gonna have on the table. Like, level of difficulty.
All right, fair enough. Yep, Gearbolt's gonna go talk to a reef. Shiny.
Enter. GQ. How'd it go?
Well, boss. Gearbolt's gonna speed up. Computer activate security field.
You know, in an old TV show, they used to call this the cone of silence.
That's exactly what I'm going for, boss. How determined are you for me to open this file?
Leaning back a bit, I'll say, I know it's important to the doctor, but it's certainly not worth losing other invaluable resources. Um, Honestly, I would say give it your own barometer of importance, and I'll back you up either way. If you
Well,
think you can get this file, get it. If you don't, then we'll save it for another day.
yeah, well, uh, Commander, it's I can try. Pretty fair chance I'd get caught, and we might both end up in a penal colony if I get caught. File was
Well,
sealed by the Vice Admiral to the, well,
Well,
let's
then why
just
don't
say, what would just say second in command to Starfleet.
interesting. Then why don't we do this? Let's hold off on the file for now, but why don't you why don't you dig a little deeper into who this vice admiral is? That should keep you busy for a little bit, and then we can revisit the idea if when we have a better picture of Keller's efforts.
Just want to make sure we're clear, Commander. You want me to do a background investigation um, on the commander and chief of Starfleet's chief aide?
I wouldn't even call it a background investigation. I would simply call it, at least for now, keep your ear to the ground and see if you hear anything a little off. Because, quite frankly, given everything else that's been going on lately, I'm a little curious as to why that file is sealed. But
It is Borg research, Commander.
that's not an unfair point. However, this, from what I understand, speaks more towards the uh, few and perhaps lucky or unlucky that have been liberated, as it were. I suppose they are people too.
No, liberated Borg are certainly people. I mean, unless we're gonna throw Commander throw Captain Picard under the shuttlecraft.
Arif, actually, one of the few times you've seen he doesn't quite know what to say. Uh,
Sorry, boss, but
be that as it may, that's not an unfair point, GQ. But let's something does everything feel right to you?
there are a few things that don't feel right to me, boss. But I don't I don't get the feeling that this is connected to the other thing I'm investigating. At least I hope not. Because if it is, I'll either be investigating that particular vice admiral or serving time next to crewman Morgan.
And you think I might be seeing shadows and coincidences?
That's possible, but let's at least hope for the best on this one.
Very well. I'm willing, at least for now, to go with your recommendation.
But I'll do if I find any connection between the other thing and this admiral, I'll be doing a deeper dive, sir.
Fair enough. In that case, is there anything else on the docket?
No, sir. Just wanted to run this by you before I took a spin at it.
Well, good choice. Good choice. I'm glad you didn't proceed.
Good.
Uh,
That might have been a sign at how risky it was that I actually came to ask you about it before doing it.
uh, chuckling, I'll say, well, it's nice to know that even you have limits.
Not many.
Just enough.
All right, boss. Well, I'll let you get back to work. I gotta. I think I'm gonna do something happy now. See if I can arrange for an adoption.
Oh, I I didn't even know you were looking. Congratulations. Do you think
Well,
that's wise given your line of work?
oh, absolutely. I sure couldn't take care of the kid.
Oh, this is the Trill kid.
Yes, sir. I found a suitable couple right here on the station. Works for Dr. Mountain, so we'll have someone in the command staff to close by.
Excellent. Good job. That does sound like a far less grim task.
Well, should do something happy before I do something to get us both arrested, or at least me. Eh, guess I could go. I guess I could go back to working with the Orions. No, no, I think I burned those bridges. Huh? I guess I better not get caught.
Well, if nothing else, I'll allow you to open a bar on the station rent free.
I'm going to hold you to that, sir.
As
Have a
long
good
as I drink free, it's a deal.
a deal. It is, Commander. Garibaldi's going to make his exit.
Okay, I do need to speed the plot along because there's still a lot to do because we're still in the first scene. So, really, told Dr. they could just go find and the lovely couple will adopt Kigu. No role needed. As for the other thing, that's gonna have to wait.
Fair enough.
So we're going to fast forward roughly about a week and a half.
Yeah, it sounds like I'm about to lose that momentum.
Yes. So scene change.
So hard earned.
Oh, especially considering how much thread I spent to get it.
Just to be fair, I'm still back at my starting number.
Spend some, you lose some.
I sent something to Vogel. That will be a roll. That will be a reason plus con difficulty of 1, assisted by the station's computers plus con.
Reason con, you say?
Yes, because we're looking at the type of vessels they are.
Sensor operations?
More like starship recognition.
Okay. Take a threat. What is station sensors con?
Computers con.
Yep, we both rolled it. Yeah. I'll
I'll
let you roll from now on.
You actually had the reroll though, right? Yeah, for your one talent.
Oh, I do, yes. Haha. So that's 2 momentum gained. Now I gotta remember who they are.
There are only two characters that have encountered that are currently on the station. You and the doctor.
Yeah, do you know how long ago that was?
10 months ago.
Yeah, might as well be an eternity. Yellow alert, Commander Arif to ops. Let's hail them.
I'll come out of my office and say what's going on.
We have 8 Anarthi vessels approaching the station, different configurations.
Status on their energy levels.
That'll be question 1, I would assume.
That's a different role.
To ascertain the state of the ships.
Well, the role I gave you was to identify them. If you're wanting to get the sail ship, that's actually a sensor role. So that would actually be a reason plus science or engineering difficulty 1 assisted by the station's computer or sensors plus engineering.
All right, we'll roll it. Use the momentum. No rerolls needed.
5 momentum gained, so I guess you're capped.
Teach you not to just give it to me in questions.
I'd be fair here. It is technically a different role.
I'm down.
Yeah, I'm totally fine with that. Let the science officer roll her best skill. Oh, we need to upgrade these sensors. They're so slow.
The computer is typing as fast as they can, okay?
I'm just trying to fill the dead air for you. Since apparently there was a comment about it. All vessels appear to have sustained some damage, but most of their power have been redirected to their engines, sir.
Well then, that's wait, did you say damaged?
Yes.
Contact our engineering teams, get them ready to go in case any of them need any assistance. Maintain yellow alert, however, and open a channel to the lead vessel.
Then we'll get one of those channels open.
This is Arif, commander of Deep Space 17. We're tracking a number of your vessels coming in. They appear to be damaged. Do you need assistance?
And on the screen appears, a human-looking individual. This is Liaison Officer Kizev of the Earthian Alliance. We humbly request aid and refugee status.
Arif's not even I apologize. When you made the report, Vogel, what was the status of their weapons?
Can that be the second question there, GM?
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you had said that.
I did not. They're offline, sir.
Then Arif's not gonna even hesitate when he says, "Done." Um, we'll coordinate. Do you have injured?
Yes, including several of those that are sick with some unknown illness. If you permit us, we would like to dock. There's not many of us on, at least on this convoy. There's about another 6 vessels that are behind us. One of your vessels, the USS Monitor, stayed behind to help them.
I'll be coordinating with my doctor right away to get you an answer on that docking question. No matter what, we're going to find a way to help you. However, until we hear a little bit more about this unknown illness, I'm going to have to figure out a different way to help you, at least until you consult with my doctor. Or if you
Very
can
well.
set up some sort of quarantine field.
We have all of the ones that are sick on quarantine on a single vessel.
Very well. Very well. In which case, we'll handle arrangements and have them ready by the time you get here.
I do wish to speak with you, or at least whoever is in charge, as soon as possible.
Understood. It'll be the first thing to do after you're checked out.
Kesva out.
And I'm gonna turn to Vogel and I'm gonna say, coordinate with Dr. Mountain, see if it's possible to quarantine off the docking ports where the ships dock. So if there is a danger that we don't know of yet, we can keep it from transferring to the entire station.
Understood, sir.
And I'll start coordinating with the ops officer to essentially bring these ships in.
Yeah, I'll have them dock in the lower docking section, deck 109, because there's emergency. What was the name of it? Emergency Visitor Accommodations and Relief Center.
I would have preferred emergency blow off that part of the station, but hey, we can take it.
Well, it's like the lower 8 decks.
That's fair. No, I'm definitely good with that.
And I would imagine if they're emergency visitor accommodations relief center, they should have quarantine protocols there.
So to give some stuff for Vogel and then also for Garibaldi, he's probably looking some of this stuff up. The first vessel to encounter these peoples was the Uss Tenshi. The Earthians were originally divided until another race of people sort of came and laid a pretty much devastation upon their planet, to where one half of the planet was practically irradiated, while the other half attempted to do their best to clean up and formed essentially a coalition to protect themselves, from the other side that was attacking them. Long story short, Tenshi saved the planet by helping clean up the radiation mess, and then the whole psychic stuff that was happening around them. And since then, the Earthians have been trying to rebuild their culture in several of their cities, and to help what was left on the eastern continent from the people that live there from total, starvation and destruction. And Federation's been giving some aid to them to help them recover. Blah, blah, blah. That's everything in a nutshell.
Yeah, I vaguely remember. 10 months ago, though.
I know. I was planning to do a wiki document for you guys, but unfortunately, I did not get enough time. So...
Wiki blew up. Yeah, I remember the radiation and us having to do something about that. I do not remember the psychic stuff, though.
I killed a player with one of them. Just, a player character.
Still don't remember. But around that time, there was a lot of psychic-y stuff, so it all kind of just blended into one.
I'm sure Solon remembers Aruka.
It's the curse of a Vulcan memory. Yeah, wasn't that the death of one of Winchester's characters?
Yes. Yes, it was.
I think this is way before my time.
It was.
And Winchester's characters die often enough that it's kind of hard to keep up.
They probably played the most characters in the canon universe. So... so you're wanting to enact a essentially quarantine area around where they're going to be docking at?
Very much so.
Just give me presence command difficulty 2.
Alrighty. Alright, I'm so sorry. This is kind of important. Does anyone mind if I use 2 momentum?
So we have we have a little. Spend away.
Alright. I'm going to use 2 momentum and give you a threat to get 2 extra dice. And team dynamics is a focus?
I'll give it to you an increased complication, but...
Nope. I'll go with the no focus. That scares me for this one.
Woohoo!
Okay then.
Well, you get the 2 back, and quarantine procedures have been enacted around the docking area where they'll be docking at. Obviously, not all of them can dock simultaneously, but you definitely set up an area to where, when they're an area where, as they dock, they can unload their passengers and they can be safely transported to a quarantine area on the station.
Basically revolving door them in.
Yep.
Cool. Let's get these people helped. And just for the record, I fully intend to meet with the leader as soon as he's checked out and is cleared to leave quarantine.
I'm assuming you're leading that charge there, Doctor?
I assume they're going to inform me about what's happening.
Oh yeah. Sorry, I think he had to go AFK, but yeah. In lieu of that, Arif would have informed you and told you to basically get ready. You're gonna have a long day.
I was warned about casualties, but not warned about the nature or anything about the quarantine until you just said so.
Ah, well, apparently there's an unknown illness, and gratefully,
Yeah,
gratefully, that's why we have you.
thank you. I appreciate that you're telling me this. I would recommend that we do not allow any of the ships to dock quite yet until we can get a better handle on the situation on the one they say is quarantined, but we can't know the nature of the illness if they don't know the nature of the illness. So I recommend that even we have, I'd love to expedite the process, but we're gonna have to go by the books on this one because we cannot allow anything onto the station.
Your recommendation is noted, Doctor, but I believe that ship's already sailed.
They're already docked.
They are in the process of docking currently.
Okay. I
That's
recommend.
also why I sent you to those labs down there that you can quarantine them there.
Understood. So
It was pointed out why I sent them there.
okay.
That's why I said
Well,
assumptions were made.
so I will spearhead the thing, and I suggest we meet them there at the airlock if you're not going to stop them from getting on the station. However, I would recommend a full suit, which I will be partaking in with along with my staff until we get the full understanding of what's going on. And like I said, I would prefer to actually go to the other ship and see if I can help them where they are, and be able to assure the rest of us that anybody else on the non-quarantine ships are free to board the station. But until I can get a true assessment of the situation, I highly suggest not to.
Um, it's that is certainly understood, Doctor, and if you feel that you need to beam to the quarantine ship first, then that is certainly understandable. However, um, after taking the precautions of sealing off that section of the station from the greater station, I believe it's important to show some goodwill and accept them at their word for the ones that are not ill. I feel we've
Understood?
minimalized the potential damage to the station enough that um, such an action can be undertaken.
I believe it was about a week ago or so that we chatted about strong infection or possible infestation events with some of my previous research. Perhaps this caution may be warranted. I will, however, concede that those not affected should go into, can possibly go into the quarantine area and kept there until they have been passed through uh, the quarantine protocols, which give if I can get more information, which I will be beaming over to the other ship. But once I get more information, maybe I can make that process even quicker and eliminate any of the them as possible contagious. Does that seem fair?
Sounds like a fair compromise, Doctor.
All right, but I would highly suggest full suits for anybody in that area.
Make it in order, not a suggestion.
Understood, I will. Doctor out. I'll get right on it. I'll keep you updated.
Thank you.
Right, and so he will coordinate and with his staff and make sure we have all the suits we need. We should have enough momentum to at least buy one for me. And I will send a message. Chirp to Lieutenant Commander Vogel. This is Dr. Mountain.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Thank you. Yes, regarding the situation with the incoming vessels, I would like to take a team, if you'll help coordinate that with me, to the quarantine vessel, and a small team to minimize possible infection, but with full suit. So possibly 3, myself included. And let me know which transporter pad I can head to. And also arrange it with the other ship, if you would.
Transporter room 7 is open for you, Doctor.
Great, thank you. I appreciate it. I'll keep you informed on my progress, and hopefully we can pass as many of those folks through the quarantine process. And the more I can get a handle on what's actually happening on the ship, the quarantine ship, I can make that even easier.
You'll need to spend a momentum for the hazmat suit.
Yeah, I will, yeah.
And are you beaming over to the lead ship?
I'm going to the quarantine ship, whatever that one is, with their permission.
That's not the vessels that's docked, but the...
Right, exactly. That's why we're going to transport.
Okay. I will cut to you on that later. The lead ship was the one that was the guy who Kezvav is the one that was wishing to meet with Arif and whoever's in charge, essentially.
Can send him my way.
Are you gonna meet him like in a quarantine area or?
Arif doesn't do well with illnesses, but is there an equivalent of a I don't know what the medical version is called, but like an interrogation two-way mirror, clear room, basically.
Put him behind behind a quarantine field.
All right, yeah, let's do that, and I'll get suited up anyways, but I'll stay on my side, and I'll go down there.
That sounds like an advantage roll. So presence, command, difficulty 2.
Alrighty. For this one, let's just go with one momentum. All right, here we go. Okay then. If there was a day to be good, I'm glad it's today.
2 momentum gained. And you're getting a hazmat suit as well, so that is another momentum spend.
I'll take it.
Yeah, and Kezva is escorted to the a room where essentially, and you're in another room where there's a clear glass, there's a table, and to help keep germs and stuff at bay.
And almost as soon as I see him, I'm just gonna say, you'll have to excuse all the precautions. My species is particularly susceptible to illnesses.
No, I understand this. This illness has caught us off guard as well. We've already lost 6 individuals because of it.
Nodding, I'll say, and is this what you've asked to speak with me about?
That's actually the least of our concerns, really. I don't. The USS Monitor, Captain Newton was supposed to forward the information to you guys.
I'm looking a little confused, I'll say. Let's assume it didn't get here.
Our homeworld has been experiencing planet-wide earthquakes for nearly a month now. Our scientists believe if these quakes keep building up, our planet's gonna crack like an egg in a matter of months.
And have you started evacuations?
Yes, with the only 15 vessels that we have.
You'll have to excuse me. I don't know offhand. What's the distance to your homeworld?
I'm told it's about 35 light years.
I'm gonna.
It took us over a week and a half just to get here, and there's only 2,000 of us in these 7 ships.
I'll put out a fleet-wide alert to Starfleet immediately for any ships to assist in the rescue efforts. However, is this sudden or is this a natural phenomena?
It's sudden. I mean, earthquakes happen all the time, but this is earthquakes that are so violent that it swallowed up one of our cities, killing millions.
Before we go any further, I would like to invite my executive officer. She's got a better mind for these type of issues than I do, and I think she could be a boon to our discussion. Is that okay?
That's fine.
Arif to Commander Vogel.
Go ahead, sir.
If you could please join me in quarantine room 2B. I'm treating with the with the leader right now, and well, I think matters are about to get a little too complicated for me.
Understood, sir. On my way.
And closing the channel, I'll say she's, as you heard, she's on her way.
It's not Lieutenant Sarah Vogel, is it?
Head cocked to the side, I'll say, well, quite frankly, it was. She's a commander now. Do you know my XO?
We've met a little bit. She was serving on the Tenshi under Captain Athaton.
I'm gonna nod and say, yes. Unfortunately, the Tenshi was lost several months ago.
That's regrettable. I was hoping Captain Athaton could assist us once more.
Out of character, is that captain dead?
No, he's alive. I think he retired.
Nodding, I'll say, oh, well, luckily, luckily, he wasn't lost with the ship. However, I'll be honest, I don't know of his whereabouts at the moment. But luckily, we're all here to help you. So hopefully, in his absence, I could do as good a job as he did.
I hope so.
Then I'll say, and before we get too deeply into the technical aspects, aside from, is it simply these earthquakes that are plaguing your planet, or?
Um, there's also the strange distortion, subspace anomalies, and some sort of entities appearing in our space. It actually swallowed up our dilithium mind not that long ago.
Nodding, I'll say, now that starts to sound a little bit more familiar, unfortunately.
Just when Vogel enters.
Sarah, thank you. As you know, the the it would appear that the same issue that's plaguing the expedition plagued the expedition is plaguing their homeworld, along with serious seismic shakes. And well, quite frankly, as soon as I heard that, I realized it's best to have you in the room.
Do you have any sensor data on these subspace eddies?
Yeah, a few. From what our vessel encountered, just even on the trip here.
I've never heard of these eddies getting big enough to start affecting planets.
Well, we're not sure what the actual cause is, but one was big enough to form that it swallowed our dilithium mining station near the sixth planet.
Any survivors from the station?
none. Honestly,
Sir, I definitely don't like the sounds of this.
No, not in the slightest.
If these
Do
subspace eddies are getting larger and more severe, nothing short of but a full evacuation might be in order, sir.
I agree. We've got. What's the status of the temporary settlements on the planet that we're orbiting? Or near?
That, I think, is a GM question. So far, the colony on the planet's still relatively small.
Well, if we end up evacuating, I have a feeling it's about to get a lot bigger. So let's not lose sight of that, and let's have an engineering team start making as many makeshift uh, dwellings as possible. Just plant them down. We'll worry about making them nice later. And I'm gonna turn to the glass, and I'm gonna say, we'll do everything we can to help your people, and quite frankly, we're already trying to figure out what's going on with the space around your world, and we'll do everything we can to assist with that as well. But for now, um, please forward us any information that you are able to give us, and worry to your people, and let us try to take care of the rest.
Our vessels aren't equipped for any sort of colonization efforts. But there's nearly a billion of my people left on my homeworld.
Well, we're going to get as many of them as we can, and the ones we do may have to rough it for a while on that planet until we can find out something more permanent. But quite frankly, I'm less concerned about that right now than I am just getting as many people out of there as possible. Later for the rest of that.
Well, I thank you, and I don't mean to impose, but we could use some food supplies if you could spare it.
As much as we can, just talk to any of the orderlies. We'll be sending everything we can down there, and something tells me that your people aren't the only people that are going to need use of that planet. So it's, I'm sorry, as much as I hate to say it, life might get difficult for the next patch, but we'll, as I said, we'll do everything we can to help you get through it.
We've already asked far too much of the Federation, but Thank you.
I might have missed this, but how many people are currently on the ships, and how many more do you expect?
He definitely gives like a big sigh, and "2,000 of us crammed full to the hill, and hopefully another 2,000 on their way."
Shaking my head, I'll say that's far too few.
I'll start making the preparations.
Thank you. And if you, I would like to return to my people and let the nobles know that there'll be a campsite set up for them.
Go. All I ask is that you do everything you can to keep your people calm.
Thank you. And it's nice to see you again, Lieutenant Commander Vogel.
You as well.
And he walks back to his ship.
And I'll turn to Vogel and I'll say, well, I'd say we both have our marching orders. Let's see what we can do about saving as many of them as we can.
We need a lot more ships.
Yes, we do. Or at least one ship with one hell of an idea on how to reverse this.
I'll get engineering working on those shelters. In the meantime, I'll try to start doing a preliminary analysis from their sensor data, see if I can't figure out what's going on.
Excellent. Take as many engineers as you can spare, and if that proves to be too little, start picking from the security teams as well. They can certainly handle this work.
I'll grab anyone that can wield the hammer, sir.
Done and done. I like the way you think. And if you need me, I'll be in ops.
So yeah, Vogel will get the engineers working on that and pretty much tell them grab whoever you need to.
And I will head to ops to oversee.
Presence command difficulty 2 to get that work order going. If you want to speed up quicker, that's going to add an extra difficulty to it.
You know what? I will.
Diff 3.
Because this seems rather important. I'll give you a threat and use 2 momentum.
I do like threat.
Yeah, I'm trying not to blow all of our momentum.
Nice.
There we go.
2 momentum back. And yeah, they get working it right away.
Yeah, I pretty much say besides the crews working on the repairing the ships, this just became your top priority.
I will spend some thread here saying, Commander, we could definitely get this done, but to make this faster, well, we'll have to use the salvage parts from the expedition.
Stand by. Vogel to a reef.
Go ahead.
The engineering teams assure me that they could get this done. However, they believe that they can get this done faster if they use some of the salvage from the expedition.
Thinking about that for a moment, I'll say, well, quite frankly, I can't personally think of a better way to honor her. However, do you have any objections?
No, sir. With how much it's been picked clean, as long as the investigation's done, it's just sitting there collecting dust.
Done and done. Then let her protect these people, or let her protect people once again.
Aye, sir. Just for my own knowledge, who is in charge of engineering on the station? Is it Juza?
You guys never really selected that.
I'm just going through because there's that, or there's Nova Parker. I'm just trying to see who has the highest rank in the supports.
Nova Parker, I think, is the full lieutenant.
Yeah, so is Richard Geysers.
Y'all don't want Geysers as the chief engineer.
So is Rodralin. It's a Bolian. Actually, the Bolian might have the best stats.
I'm not going to make the engineering team roll anything, just so you know, but...
Well, just for roleplay purposes.
It's whoever you wish to assign in the engineering department, because some are assigned to ship maintenance, others are assigned to fabrication, blah, blah, blah. It's a big department.
Yeah, I'm looking at the command skills with the engineering, and I think it's probably going to be Lieutenant Rodralin. Full lieutenant, has command of 3, engineering 4. I'll just say it's her. Ops to
That's
Lieutenant Dralin. Oh, it's a him?
Yeah.
It is a him. Okay. Ops to Lieutenant Dralin.
Go ahead and ops, and you hear loud banging noises.
You have permission to use the salvage of the expedition. Make sure she's put to good use.
Understood. If you don't mind, we could also repurpose a lot of the extra some of the stuff that wasn't picked clean. Like I think there's several sonic showers that were left remaining inside the saucer section, along with a few of the quarters. We could just kind of tear out a hole and deposit them on the planet somehow.
Whatever you got to do, Lieutenant. We're expecting roughly 5,000 persons to have use of these very, very soon. We need these done.
Understood.
Safely, though. Don't cut corners.
Yes, ma'am.
Hops out. And yeah, after all the ships have docked or whatever needs to happen with them, Vogel's going to start looking at the sensor and telemetry data from the ships. You can come back to me if you need to.
anything else before we jump scenes?
Yeah, that's all I was doing.
No, for me, Reef is actually working, so.
Are we going to go to the ship, or is that a different scene?
That's in the next scene, Doctor.
Okay.
Are you going to inform Admiral Keller of the situation?
I suppose I should, shouldn't I? Yeah. However, I'm a little busy with the oversight, so I'm not gonna inform him. I'm gonna send him a quick report.
Okay. Sorry, Doctor, I'm just trying to set the scene real quick. Anything else that I need to take care of before we jump scenes?
I just had a clarification I sent you. Or request for clarification.
For our momentum.
Sure.
Yeah. Should I have a security detail with me? At least one?
If you're going in a quarantine, you're probably not going to want to subject more people than necessary.
Yeah, I was going to bring 3 total. An assistant and going on an alien vessel person.
Yeah, I don't think you'd need it.
Yeah.
Mostly because this race is peaceful. And, again, quarantine.
And 2 then.
So you bring a
Enough.
supporting. If you bring a supporting character, just throw them in there. Or well, sorry, which supporting character you wanting to use?
Probably one of the medical people. Frola has been there regular, but who else?
Garibaldi's gonna put on a Starfleet medical uniform, or actually, he's gonna put on a civilian nurse's uniform and insert himself into the doctor's team.
I was suggesting Garibaldi come with me, so
He'll introduce himself to the doc as Nurse Robvar, newly transferred.
Novar.
Robvar.
Great.
Best I can do on the fly.
You have
You do have some medical training.
you have Flora, Rue Lively, Nathan, Dormy, Eben, and well, there's the counselor. I don't think you'll bring the counselor, but
I don't need a surgeon at this time. Does anybody like infectious diseases? Something like that. Not really. Internal medicine, emergency medicine. What's internal medicine? Would that help in this situation?
Not for infectious diseases. It would not.
We don't have any specialists here, so. How about Lieutenant Riley?
All right. Doctor, you beam over with two individuals as your aides. All of them in hazmat suits. Wink, wink.
What do you mean, wink, wink?
Needs to be too momentum for those two to have hazmat suits.
Okay, might as well. That's the whole point.
And on the ship, you find a lot of people kind of curled up, coughing, wheezing pretty badly. And a person walks in who's doesn't seem like carrying or wearing a hazmat suit or anything like that. Walks up to you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mountain. I'm here to help.
I'm Dr. Kushi. Welcome aboard.
Thank you. Can you tell me what's been going on and show me some of your research? I'd like to get on this as fast as possible.
The primary symptoms from at least all the patients that I can see is symptoms of pain in the chest area, dry cough, some occasionally with some blood, shortness of breath, and fatigue.
From their mouth?
Yes.
Or from their lungs, you mean?
Buildup of, I believe it's damage to lung tissue.
Okay. Can you tell me what the any circumstance caused this? Was it some sort of toxin in the air or something like that?
No, it appears suddenly.
Suddenly, was everybody? Sorry, Lieutenant Riley. Will you start setting up treatments and so we can, or at least scans of these patients? Doctor, show me your most pressing patients. I'll see if I can at least give some relief. But tell me about the incident.
Frankly, the incident started sporadically among the patients in the different vessels. I have yet to find a vector of common transmission.
So, spontaneously in each of the ships, some patients were beginning to feel sickness? Or is this was like a sudden start coughing up blood kind of thing?
My pressing matters are with the Oracle. I am her personal physician. She was evacuated on the first transit.
Is she here?
She is, and she is the one that's in the most dire condition. So if you will follow me, I will bring you to her.
Yes, thank you. Also, it seems we have a conundrum. Do you have any logs of from each ship, what people, some of the medical logs from the different. Do you have doctors on each ship, possibly? But at least any information you can gather. Nenix, would you? Is that, yeah. Would you mind checking in any information that we might be able to get, so we can try to find a common cause? Maybe they were all before getting on the ships. They were all in the same place, or something like that, from the same town. But in the meantime, take a look at the Oracle.
I assure you that does not come from the same place. Many of the individuals here were on different parts of our homeworld prior to their transport to the vessels.
Yes.
If the origin happened, it happened on on one of these vessels.
Really? Then.
Did your convoy stop anywhere between your homeworld and here?
We did not have time. I am told we've pushed the engines to their maximum just to reach here in a timely manner. There are a lot more that need to be evacuated from our homeworld.
So you were warp speed the entire time?
Correct. An occasional dropping out of warp to do course corrections. One of your Federation vessels spotted an anomaly appearing in our path. They're currently helping the second transit.
Take a look at the Oracle. Do a scan. While looking over his data. Or her data, I'm not sure.
You walk up to her. Currently, you hear the little heart monitor going, boop, 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 boop. And, hello. I recognize you. Dr. Mountain, is it?
Yes, you do look familiar. Can you tell me what are you experiencing?
Tired. It's difficult to breathe.
Just be as brief as possible, for sure. I'm gonna do what I can.
Reason medicine difficulty too.
I will spend one of those momentum. Can I get an assist?
Sure, but it would be from
Riley or from
Ravar.
Robrar, right?
Ravar. Hope I'm saying that right.
Well, for
Robrar.
is there really a right way to pronounce made up names?
No, there's not.
Can I use genetics as a focus? Understand what's going on.
Well, no. If you're, it would be more like xenobiology or. Yeah, it would be more like xenobiology to get an idea of what's going on in her anatomy.
All right. I do not have that. Difficulty 2, you said?
Yes.
What was it? Reason medicine?
Yes. Reason medicine. Difficulty of 2. I believe you have cautious medicine. You can re-roll that 0.
Yes.
You get the momentum back away from the assist. I will inform you of your results here. It appears that the alveoli, I'm probably not saying this right. There's little sacs in the lungs.
Alveoli is right.
Yeah, alveoli, which passes oxygen to the lungs and into the oxygen from the lungs and into the bloodstream. Appears to be starting to get heavily damaged due to her own immune system attacking the tissue there.
Oh dear. I do. What?
Fluid. You do notice like several like blood and other fluid buildup inside of her lungs, causing the difficulty in her breathing, and also pain in her chest area. Among the other causes of essentially, the fatigue, shortness of breath.
Right. Thank you for your patience, Oracle. And just relax here, and I'll see what I can do about alleviating some of that pain in your lungs. I will find an appropriate thing. Basically, I'm gonna do a detailed scan of her lungs and her, I guess, her genetic makeup as far as, and see if I can find what is causing that damage, and also see if there's a common. I'm gonna double check anyway to see if there's a commonality in genetic profile in some sort, or a marker of some sort, to see if they're more susceptible. These people are more susceptible than others of their species. And I'd need Riley because she has the xenobiology.
If you wanted to scan
Oh,
it,
sorry.
so if you want to see if it's a commonality between all the patients in terms for the symptoms, I mean that's just a momentum spend.
I'll do that.
Which, yeah, if you spend the momentum, I'll give you that answer. But if you wanted to try to find out what the underlying cause of all this is, that is going to be, we're going to use the scientific method for that.
All right. Well, I will do the one momentum thing for that information, and then go there.
It would appear that everyone here is experiencing the same thing, at least in terms of symptoms. Some are in various stages. Some are full blown. The lungs are about to they're about to suffocate essentially, or die from pneumonia. But
Okay.
you notice that there's a solution in some of these patients' systems that's similar to Triox.
And again, administered to keep the worst patients breathing and that kind of thing. I can use that Triox, or is it already in their system? You said
it's already in their system to help, but it's definitely not going to save them.
That's fine. Alleviate as much as you can and try to solve this mystery. So as far as that, Lieutenant Quinnick has a question first.
That will be a reason plus medicine, difficulty 2.
Okay. I will give you the last momentum for a extra die. If I'm researching medical files, can I use research as a focus?
Yep.
Nice.
Gain 2. The indication that this started showing up about a day after they left their homeworld.
Have they figured out an incubation period yet on the illness?
They have not. It's come in various stages. Some get it. It depends. The notes in the log state that it varies on the patient in terms of severity. They've been treating the patients with a Triox solution and something similar to essentially steroids to shut down the immune system. But also leaves them open to other viral and bacterial infections.
Are any of those stops for course corrections occurred during that first day?
No.
It had to come from the. So Gerber kind of mumbles under his breath. It had to come from the planet.
Was there anything unusual about the planet that you know of? At the time you were leaving?
The insatiable shaking of the planet is quite disturbing.
Were there any volcanic activity associated with the increased tectonic activity, sir?
Yes. It's like the planet is falling apart.
Doctor, could that have dredged up old viruses? Or viruses?
Possibly. We could look into some sort of microbe or inhaled organism. It also could be some sort of even silicon-based life form that was unearthed from all the activity, and it could be something. Because it's not common among everyone on any specific ship, but everybody, some people on every ship. So the almost common factor seems to be the planet.
So, real quick, in order to figure out what's going on, this is where we're using the scientific method.
Yeah, I was trying to list the three I was thinking of.
Yeah, so before we start, obviously you go with the medical department because this is obviously a medicine type deal.
Sure.
I'm assuming, Doctor, you are the research lead on this?
I would be it.
Okay. At this point, you need to pick 3 to 5 focuses, and I will tell you yay or nay.
If any of them would apply to this?
Yes.
My focuses?
Either 3 to 5 focuses or ideas of what it could be.
All right. Well, the 3 ideas that I had before were some sort of pathogen that interfering with the autoimmune system and causing it to revolt against its own the host. Also, maybe some sort of silicon life form, maybe that has
Okay,
been
so
unearthed.
viral infection is one, right? That's what
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going with? What's number 2?
Some sort of unfamiliar life form could be interfering with them. That either silicon based or some sort of unusually hard to detect kind of thing.
That would still apply with the viral infection.
Okay. Then maybe some sort of toxin, some sort of irritant that is causing odd behavior in the immune system, and maybe a genetic disposition to be susceptible to whatever this might be. Either it's already been inherent and just awoken in them, maybe gravitational shifts or the magnetic eddy, the storm subspace things. Doesn't seem like any of them were affected at all on the planet, but only the symptoms started after they left the system. So maybe some sort of space-based thing that could affect the genetics of these people.
I don't know. That's why I'd asked if any of their stops for course correction occurred during the first day.
Right. I don't know if the doctor is privy to the information that their planet started to collapse and stuff. Was that because of the?
We were talking about it.
Okay. All right. So maybe something to do with that, the situation on the planet itself, or nearby space. Am I close?
Well,
I have
you
two
have to
more.
list. No. Okay, this is the way it works. Is you list 3 to 5, and then I'm going to tell you when you're done. When you're coming up with when you're done coming up with ideas of what it could be, this is when I will tell you.
Okay.
But right now, I got viral infection, toxin, I'm assuming you gotta go more broadly into the genetic stuff, but
Yep.
Because that's kind of broad. And 2 more you can list after that.
I'm not a doctor, but I play one on TV. Does anybody have any suggestions? Yeah, so
For the
immunology would be the
looking
same.
at the guy that we've been talking to, during the journey, has the crew and passengers been fed from emergency rations or in stores or from the replicators?
He looks like puzzled, like he's not sure what a replicator is, but he goes, from our food supply. That would also fall in toxin, just so you know.
Okay. Well, we can start with just these 3, Doc.
Well, I'm just afraid he's going to say no. So
If they do, then you just make 3 more.
If we
that's
were to
easy for you to say.
add a 4th one, I might suggest something like autoimmune disorders.
I mean, it seems like it's autoimmune disease. Would it be disease is the same as viral?
Of course, an autoimmune disorder is a genetic disease, so
Right, so that might fall somewhere in there. One last thing. Alien, something alien. Alien life form.
That's still viral infection.
Yeah, it might not be virus, though. It might be a nanoprobe. Yes.
well, let's if you agree, Doc, why don't we go with the 4 that Prax has on that list right there?
That's fair. Yep.
It is one of these.
Yay! We guessed some of them.
Now, Doc, you get to guess which one you want to start researching first. Which one do you think is it's most likely to be?
Well, it most likely looks like a disease. Causing an autoimmune response. A virus of some sort to cause an autoimmune response.
Well, I mean, of those 4, which one do you want to viral infection, toxin, genetic disease, and immunology? Which research path do you wish to go down first?
Good question. So it seems that it's just more of a spontaneous thing that happened around the same time for everybody. Did it all start at one point? It was like 20 people started getting this on one ship or on every of these ships? Is that what seemed to happen? Or was it like staggered and it just kind of slowly developed over a day or 2?
The cases coming forward were sporadic over the week.
Okay, so it just kind of developed. Okay, and none of them had any contact with each other on the different ships.
Not until they were transported here. some of
about-
them that were already here may have come in contact with each other.
But nobody left the ship, is that correct? Once they arrived here, they stayed here? Yeah, it's important to know this, because we can't allow anyone who has contact with this. They may be asymptomatic.
I believe I already answered that question earlier.
Well, that doesn't help me now. So it was staggered and some answer you gave earlier. Okay. I guess I will just go with viral infection. I gotta start somewhere.
Reason medicine. Cannot tell you the difficulty, but you also anyone with a medicine score of 2 or higher can assist with this.
So Riley and you have that, don't you?
Yes.
Okay. Reason medicine. Would this be considered? This wouldn't be considered experimental. Can I use
Well,
imaging
you're going
systems?
No, you're going on viral infection, so the focus would be something to do with viral diseases or infectious disease.
Okay. I will spend 1 threat and 2 momentum for 4 dice. Since I have no focus. All right. And Riley.
Anybody want to roll for Riley?
I can do it.
Wait, I'm gonna roll for Riley.
I did already.
Oh, you did? Sorry. Ignore that then.
It's a good answer though. So 6 successes.
No, if the GM is not saying anything,
Maybe typing.
yeah. But 6 successes. Usually, I think Vogel once told me that likes to go get to at least 10 or so before giving up and heading into on another track.
Yep.
That means.
Just because Prax likes to keep the difficulty 8 or above.
All right. So, what does that mean for this roll? Do I have to re-roll or something? Or?
Yeah, do it again.
Oh, the same roll, but a different time. Got it. All right. I'll keep going down this track. I haven't learned anything yet. Now I don't have any momentum. What's the point of that?
Yeah, you did. This is one of those things we don't earn momentum while doing.
Great. I guess I'll try again.
No
all I
further
got.
progress can be made, at least for the current task roll, since you did not succeed.
Oof. So we have to.
I
We have to
spent
go down.
momentum earlier. Does that count for a reroll?
It does not.
So if I remember correctly, that means we've hit a brick wall, Yeah, got to
You
go
tell
down a
me.
different path.
No. Just means that there's no assist anymore. You have to start the roll over again. Not
Oh.
like the continue where you're at, but you have to. The doctor has to roll again. Doctor has to literally get one success for everyone else to assist.
But this time I didn't get anything, so it doesn't count. Okay, but I can re-roll. Or roll again. I mean.
No. You can't re-roll. You
Not
can
re-roll, but roll again.
Yes, you can roll again.
I got one. Which one is Riley? I say.
Nine.
9.
Oh.
Oh, it must have. That was really delete.
Go one more, Doc. I don't actually have a lot of confidence in this one, but go one more anyway.
Right, one more. Reroll.
10, 11.
12. We'll call it 12.
Yeah. And we'll pause and see if the GM says anything. I don't think the sound of those crickets in the background are going to help.
No. We're not certain that this is what it is or not.
Then you go down a different path.
Oh dear. Genetics then, I guess. At least have a focus.
One of the patients starts coughing up blood in sickbay. Not this one. And the heart monitor goes beep as this guy rushes over to try and resuscitate.
Let's figure this out. Immunology? I think we should do immunology.
My guess is that it's a toxin. Of course, it's Garibaldi, so he's paranoid, thinks this is intentional, and that would be a toxin.
I don't know.
But seeing how is it? Is this doctor having any luck resuscitating his patient?
Do I need to intervene or help out? Or am I in research mode only?
Garibaldi says, looks at his keep studying, Doc, and Garibaldi's going to come see if he can assist this guy.
He gets their hearts started again and introduces them and gives them triox, but literally motions over to the machine, which is a artificial lung.
Maybe we need more of those.
Starts hooking the patient up. They're going to need a lung transplant if we're even able to do it.
I'll do what I can to I'll assist, Doc. Hopefully, Dr. Mountain's good at this. He'll figure it out, sir. Don't you worry.
FY, you can no longer assist with the other task because you're tied up.
Yeah, I know. It is Garibaldi's nature to go over and help. Maybe he'll learn something in the process of helping.
So you're going with what's the next one?
Well, I think I go with Garibaldi's suggestion. Go with toxin.
Reason medicine.
When in doubt, go with paranoia. And I'll go ahead. I'll roll the girl
Next.
since Garibaldi's gone to help the other doctor.
keep going, I guess. I don't have any momentum to help with.
Would internal medicine work as a focus, GM?
Toxicology.
Uh,
You're just her assistant.
is that your? Oh, okay, that's your next attempt. Oof, she's not very good. She's not so sure here.
Oh, we got some. How's it gonna be forever? I will spend a threat for a die. An extra one anyway. Oof. Nothing seems to be showing up here.
Eight.
All right.
Greek Garibaldi will get lucky and learn something and generate some momentum while he's over there.
I know, right? Anybody else want to do something to gain momentum? We're at 10.
It's
What is
10.
it, 10? Or
I'd go one more. Just because I saw Pratt do that.
Ooh, there we go.
B as he rushes to another patient.
Damn it. Running out of time.
But we got
All right, we just
That's
got
15.
5. That's good. Call 15. Does it work?
And just as you go to assist, he slams his fist on the table and pulls the sheet over top of him.
figure anything out yet, Doc?
No. This thing is persistent. Genetics, then, I guess. Use I can get a focus in that. So I'm switching tracks, I guess. To the
You can
genetics.
keep going down the toxin route if you want, or go back to viral infection. But
We already got 15 and 12, so that's
Yes.
quite a bit. All right, I'm just gonna go immunology and genetics. I mean, I hope it's not the fourth one. Oh, honey.
Well, we don't have anything. We can't do anything about that.
We'll just keep going again. Ooh.
Nice roll, Doc.
Oops, now I put in my wheelhouse.
Doctor, hold up! Stop rolling! Stop rolling!
No, I can't open.
Stop rolling. As you're going through the essentially information and then also tissue samples, you notice that there is a genetic change in the cells within in the lungs that has altered essentially the DNA, and the immune system is attacking those cells, thinking it is essentially a foreign body, similar to lung or essentially transplant rejection.
Okay. All right. I thought it was that. I should have gone with it. My instincts. Okay, so let's. Doctor, I think I found something. It looks like it's the cells have mutated somehow in the patient's lungs, and it's just rejecting it because it thinks it's a foreign body. So perhaps we can fool the cells.
There's nothing in our medical database that would instance some sort of mutation like this.
Nonetheless, that is the seems to be the culprit. I'm not sure how they got that situation with their cells, but at least we can try to alleviate any further damage, so the body will stop attacking. So is there some way I can make some sort of solution that would let the immune system know that those cells are either allowed or
So you're wanting to repair the genetic, the damage?
the genetic damage. Yeah.
Reason medicine difficulty 4.
Yeah. Does anybody else want to create momentum first?
This is the task at hand, Doctor.
I tried.
And I don't think anyone has Spirit of Discovery, so
I do have I have combat medic, but what's the one? Quick study. When attempting a task that will involve an unfamiliar medical procedure or which is to treat an unfamiliar species, ignore any difficulty increase stemming from your unfamiliarity.
You've treated these people before, Doctor. They are not unfamiliar to you.
But it's been so long.
I know.
I'm gonna spend my determination to actually, no, it's not the same thing. Doesn't believe in a no-win situation. I think I can cure these folks.
No, because this is a you could definitely do this. It's not a no-win scenario.
Driven to ease suffering.
I would take throughout the handbook and wrote my own.
Okay, that sounds good. Throughout the handbook and wrote my own. And I will spend a threat for an extra die. I have a focus. Or sorry, 2 threat for an extra die. And
yeah, I'll take genetics for focus.
thank you.
Gain a momentum.
You're welcome.
And yeah, you come up with a solution. You'll
Or of a slurry or a mixture.
Yeah, essentially to repair the genetic damage. And yeah.
I will begin inoculations, including the doctor, just in case.
All right. And while you're all busy doing that, because that's definitely going to take a lot of time, we'll head back.
Research takes no time at all.
We'll head back to Ops. As I'm assuming Reef's in his office. Vogel is running operations. As Admiral Keller walks into your office.
Admiral?
Well, quite a pickle we have here, don't we, Commander?
It would seem so. What do you suggest?
I've already talked with Starfleet Command. All they're going to be able to spare is 12 ships. Luckily, they're fairly big ones. 4 Galaxy class and 8 Nebulas that are currently being equipped with habitation pods. Should be able to get at least 150,000 off in one trip, but going from that planet, their homeworld, in here, it's a 16-day round trip.
I understand, Admiral. Still, hopefully we can get at least a few trips out of it. If we can't figure out another solution.
The problem is, though, we need more ships if we're going to save as many as we can. And it's unclear of how long the Earthians have before their planet literally probably explodes on them.
Admiral, it's unconventional, but may I suggest that I speak with, well, at the moment, both the Vorkla and the Klingon ambassadors and see if they can spare any or many ships and, well, quite frankly, put the word out to anyone.
Well, do your best, Commander. I'll notify the Galaxy and Nebula wing to, as soon as they're done equipping for the relief aid, to head straight for the Nerthian homeworld. But it's going to take them 2 weeks just to get there. At least best possible speed.
Arif's gonna sit back in his chair looking slightly defeated at the news.
Time is definitely not on our side, Commander, on this one.
No, it's not. We'll work around the clock and, quite frankly, spend all the resources we have.
I'm thinking of having one of a smaller ship look for a closer place for them to go to. Maybe cutting the trip time will help save more of them.
I think that's a wonderful idea, Admiral. I'd suggest that maybe you assign as many smaller scout ships as you can. There's got to be a place closer.
Let's hope so.
We'll still take as many as we can, but quite frankly, if there's a closer place, maybe we should focus on that.
Agreed. See what you can do with the Vorklas and the Klingons, and keep me apprised on that situation.
Yes, sir.
And he steps out of your office.
And I would probably signal ops to schedule me with both ambassadors at the earliest possible opportunity.
Understood, Commander.
Thank you.
Give me a present command difficulty 2.
For who?
You.
Using the momentum. Oh, I was going to say persuasion is a focus, but it wouldn't have mattered. Oh, wait. Yes, it would. Forgot I switched out.
Yeah, I'll take persuasion. So that's 4 successes, so you get 2 momentum. Yep. Yeah, you definitely convey the urgent matter to the ambassadors. Yeah, they acknowledge, and they'll meet with Commander Arif right away. Assuming in one of the conference rooms.
Please.
Ops to Commander Arif. Both ambassadors should be on their way up. Conference room 1.
Excellent. Thank you. And I'll head to conference room 1.
You taking anybody with you?
You know what? Yeah, actually, I will grab Vogel along the way.
Ooh, I can't
And
resize my token.
um, and as I get there, I'll say, ambassadors, I just wanted to thank you for meeting me. Quite frankly, we are facing an emergency situation with the Anarthians. Their planet, well, to put it simply, is cracking like an egg. We are trying to evacuate as many people as possible, but they are far away, and, well, we've gathered as many ships as we could that will make it in time, and it's not even a fraction of what is enough. And I know our relationship is only just starting, but quite frankly, I need help. We need help, and I'm here to ask, beg of you even, if there are any ships you can spare or any sway you have to assist us with this. It would it would mean a lot.
The Vocala ambassador speaks up. I will have to discuss this matter with my government. I cannot make any promises of available ships, but in the interest of cooperation, I think we might be able to come to some sort of agreement.
And I won't hold any inaction against you. I understand that neither of you are in control of your governments. I simply came to, as I said, beg for assistance.
Ugh. I don't see how the Empire could or should help these people out.
Quite frankly, I don't know if it's in your best interest to, or if it's in your interest altogether to. I can't answer that question. That's one that you'll have to decide. Nevertheless, I ask all the same.
And exactly how many people are you wishing to evacuate?
Looking down slightly, I was gonna say, there's quite frankly no way we'll be able to get them all. So instead, I would simply say as many as we can.
If my government were to spare any vessels, it would take them a month just to get here alone.
Well, be that as it may, we'll forward you the coordinates, and should they be by chance be any closer, uh, we'll see if there's any way that we can buy them some time should they send them. But they can always turn back,
Commander, if I may.
of course.
Ambassador, when was the last time you fought a worthy enemy?
The last time I fought a worthy enemy, does a fellow Klingon count? It was only merely 6 months ago, and I toppled a house.
6 months, Ambassador. That's an eternity for Klingons. What we have in front of us, what the Arnarthians are facing right now, Ambassador, is an enemy that will wipe out their entire civilization if we do nothing. You yourself flew in one of these ships that faced this enemy, did it not? Rescuing another stranded ship.
That was my grandson.
And he faced down that foe like a true Klingon, did he not?
Gravimetric eddies are no match for Klingon weaponry. Nothing a few torpedoes and disruptor weapons wouldn't handle.
But they'll destroy your ship just the same.
And what do you ask of the Klingon Empire, Commander?
Consider these gravimetric eddies as your next great foe. A foe that is hell-bent on the destruction of a world. The Klingon Empire and their glorious weapons of battle surely can outmatch and outwit this worthy foe and bring great honor to your houses. And should the Klingon Empire defeat this foe, no doubt they will gain a worthy ally.
Worthy ally, you say, Commander? And please enlighten me of what this worthy ally could do for the Empire.
Well, I'm
If their
sorry to
world
break
is-
in, but just to build upon the commander's point, the eddies don't appear to only be attacking this world, but space itself, which is quite frankly your home and your backyard.
If we don't stop this foe here and now, the Klingon Empire's interest in this area of space may be in jeopardy.
Presence command opposed.
Can I... Let me think here. Going to try to create every advantage as possible. Can I spend my determination on the mission directive to rescue as many Anarthians as possible?
Yes.
And then I will spend the rest of the momentum persuasion as a focus.
Yes.
Here goes nothing. Can the commander assist?
Yes, he is said enough.
Excellent.
I'm going to throw some threat at this, though.
Of course. Ouch.
Would a persuasion count as a focus? Or
Yes.
politics?
Persuasion or negotiation. Ugh.
It's 4.
Yeah. You're supposed to be really good at this.
My silver tongue has persuaded you.
You know what? I'm gonna spend 3 threat to activate his determination and spend it on trust is cheap, honor is earned. To reroll 3.
Boo.
Ooh.
Let us have it, damn it.
1, 2, 3. That's 5 versus 4. Unless you have a way to re-roll those 2. It's close. You can get it.
The only way to do it is if Arif gives me his determination.
You could do that.
You heard the commander. Give up your determination.
Did Arif's mic blow up?
What's up?
To get the reroll, I'm going to need your determination.
Oh, sure. How about there's no shame in begging?
You could just give Vogel the determination. You don't have to spend it on a value.
Oh, okay.
Remember, Commander Vogel is always right. People listen to Commander Vogel. You would not ignore Vogel's recommendations.
Just for my own notes, does that count towards the whole anything?
It
or
does. You're so with this determination spend, because Vogel is spending on the mission directive, your determination spend would technically count as the mission directive, saving the Vorkala.
Inerthian.
Oh yeah, sorry, the Inerthians.
We'll have to save them next.
No, they're fine.
Re-rolling 2.
All right.
Boom.
That is 6. So you gain a momentum.
Come on, I appeal to a Klingon sense of honor, damn it.
I may not be able to convince the Chancellor, but at least I could do is send a few of my house's vessels to assist. It may not be much, but it should at least help. If anything, we could pave a way for your rescue vessels.
And that would be of a great assistance to us, Ambassador.
There may be hope for you yet, Commander.
I look forward to working with you in the future, Ambassador.
If you excuse me, I have matters to deal with. Charming
Very
fellow.
well, Ambassador. Thank you for your time.
I'll be in touch, but I cannot promise. I won't be able to promise a lot if we are able to help. How many people are on their homeworld?
About 1 billion.
And you just see sort of like this hard drop on her face. Then I will convey the urgency with my government.
That's all we can ask.
In any case, good luck, Commander, and well, to both of you.
Ambassador.
And they walk out of the room.
And Vogel just let out a large, visible sigh, audible, loud, audible sigh.
Well, good job, Commander. I'd say that's quite the job well done, and well, no rest for the weary. Let's head back to ops and focus on the next task.
Yes, Commander.
And with that, I think we'll start heading to ops.
Doctor, on this time, it's been kind of a little bit, but you're able to finally return to the ship, or not the ship, the station, from the Unearthian vessel. Unearthian vessel.
Okay. I will head to the quarantine area and begin inoculating the passengers. Or am I on the deck here?
Is it possible to use the information that the doctor learned about the genetic? Is it disease or disorder?
Genetic.
It's a disorder. It's a change in their
Is there a
DNA.
way to? Is there a way to use what the doctor learned with combined with the Unearthians' own medical files and discover why now all of this came about?
Not at the moment.
Okay.
It's for the future. Yeah. Do you wish to report?
Yes. I'll report to Arif and go there directly for now.
Go ahead, Doctor.
Hi, Commander. He's seems a little tired, like bags under his eyes. He looks definitely fatigued, not in a bad way, like disabled, but more been doing something for a while. Very focused for a long period of time. So, Commander, I was able to isolate the situation on the quarantine ship. Don't know what the vector caused it, but I have found a way to alleviate and prevent it from happening. So I would plan to put the other members of the Unearthians through inoculation, I suppose would be the good word for it. And then they should be able to move freely. But I do not, at this time, know what caused it, and I think we'll have to do more research on that.
A bit of a shudder goes, I guess, goes through Reeve as he kind of processes the information, and he kind of rubs his hand over his hair as he says, "Well, Doctor, from what I understand, I think I told you I might not have the Starfleet sending us medical ship or
Oh, good.
a medical focus ship, and they should be here soon. And I'm hoping perhaps when they do, you could team up with some of their personnel and start trying to figure out those answers."
Sure, I can do that. Yeah, just if you would have somebody send me the information about their arrival time, and in the meantime, I will begin the proceedings in the quarantine area down in the lower decks, and I will keep me informed. I will do my best to work with the team.
Thank you, Doctor. I appreciate it. Any any assistance they can be of you, please. And if you need me for anything, please just contact Vogel.
I will. Actually, sir, Arif, what is the make or style of the ship? The medical ship you mentioned?
From what I understand, she is well, she was originally a Prometheus class. However, uh, it would appear Starfleet Medical has gotten their hands on her, so quite frankly, I'm not sure.
Perhaps it's an NX class.
Uh, Chuckling,
What's the
Arif,
name of it?
it's the Nightingale.
Perhaps it is now a Nightingale cat class. Wow, saying that 5 times fast.
You know, that has a bit of a ring to it, Arif says.
If you can say it, then make it so.
Nightingale class.
Perfect. Anyway, I will get back to my duties. I'm going to take a short break for lunch. I might not be able to make our dinner plans tonight, there's a lot of people down there, but I will do my best.
Doctor, it's simply as if the universe conspires against us. And as soon as I get their exact arrival time, I'll forward you that information.
What time is it actually right now? What is it? What is the computer? What is the time?
1800.
1 second. Do you like sloppy joes? I promise you noodles, but this is a recipe I've been developing, and it makes 2 plates of sloppy joes. And what kind of drink would you like? I have a couple minutes to spare to have dinner.
Absolutely. Water would be pleasant.
All right. Cool water, too.
I will take it graciously.
So back on Vega Colony, he says, sitting down.
Mhm.
This is kind of all we had for when I was younger. Some sort of processed meat and some yummy seasoning. It's really good. I hope you like it. I modified it to be more palatable. So it's not exactly how we had it back. At least it was good.
Always up for an adventure. Are we just gonna take a big old bite?
It's
And,
warm, gooey, and tastes good.
and reaching for a napkin to fix the quite obvious ensuing mess, he's gonna kind of uh, talk with his mouth not completely empty as he says, "This is actually kind of wonderful, Doc. Do you mind if I replicate it now and then in your
Uh,
absence?"
Oh, yeah. I send the recipe name. Sloppy Joe 17.
17's a prime number. I like it.
Yeah, makes it unique.
So, how? Tell me the truth, Doc. How exhausted are you at the moment?
Oh,
Commander,
well.
your comm edge begins to chirp.
Saved by the bell.
Go for a reef.
Commander, I just received word from the monitor. The rest of the Arnarthan convoy is clear and are making their way to Deep Space 17 now. The monitor is reporting 3 medical issues among their crew. Some of the preliminary data suggest a viral pathogen.
Shit.
Is that the same symptoms as we've seen before? This is Dr. Mountain.
I'm not much into the medical side, Doctor. I'll send you their preliminary findings, and perhaps you can cross-reference with what you were working with.
I will. Thank you very much. And I'll make sure we're ready for him. As he tries to take another bite, he's also taking out his pad and gets a little on his pad, but wipes it off with his sleeve and looks at the data.
Insight medicine, difficulty 1, Doctor.
It doesn't look the same, but it might. I will try to make momentum. Would genetics be a focus?
Yes, I'll give it to you.
All right. Oh, actually, I want to get this right, so I will spend that 1 momentum. You got to reroll. And so back.
4 momentum gained.
Nice.
Yeah, I am. I'm double checking the spelling real quick. Apologies.
THE.
No.
I often spell it TEH because I type too fast.
Do that all the time. It's nice to hear I'm not the only one that does that.
Lieutenant Commander, will you send? I'm going to send you some information that needs to be sent directly to the medical officer aboard the ship, in pertaining to what they're experiencing. I believe that they might all have a genetic component to it. I'm not sure if there are variants in the 3 cases that I saw. But this might be a starting point for them to develop a treatment.
Understood, Doctor. I'll make sure that gets sent to him.
Thank you, Sarah. Commander?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, sorry, interrupting your eating. It is really good. Yes, is there anything else, Vocal, do we need to take care of this second? Or can we have 5 minutes?
No, Doctor. Do what you need to do.
So what?
What's up?
Do we need to do what?
I said, do what you need to do.
Yes. Well, I'm taking a moment of self-care by eating dinner. So, and sitting and resting. So that's what I'm going to do for the next couple minutes, and then I'll get right on it.
I think take. I will take your prescription as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've been trying this
But
for months, so at least we got a chance to sit down. Tell me a little bit about your family. I know the. Tell me one of your favorite memories.
um, well, I'll be honest with you, Doctor. I don't quite frankly have a family anymore. The closest.
Oh, I know that. I meant, growing up, great grandparents, that kind of thing.
Oh, unfortunately, I was gonna. Um, growing up was quite a long time ago, Doctor. I like to I like to live in the recent past, if you don't mind.
Well,
Like perhaps
then,
the last couple hundred years.
yeah, we'll start with that.
Well, I think as you know, I bounce around from assignment to assignment mostly because uh, I don't particularly care much for either rank or a sense of permanency. Um, I've actually most of the fondest memories I have of the last couple hundred years are oh, probably in the last 50. There was, after all, a marvelous opportunity to give a speech to a bunch of young cadets. I think you might have even been in attendance.
That was a while ago, at least for me.
Uh, let's see. I've managed to fall in love a few times, and that's
Nothing
always a
wrong with
fun
that.
experience.
Yeah, that's
More than most people can claim, so I'd say I'm doing pretty all right.
good. Good to know. Good to learn a little bit about each other.
You know,
The recipe's right there. So
I
I made sure you have it.
well, unfortunately for yourself, you're gonna probably get to meet one of those past interests, we'll call it, when you go introduce yourself to the new ship.
Oh, really? Who might that be?
Their captain. However, from what I hear, their XO is a pleasure to deal with, so I would suggest at all costs dealing with him instead.
Acknowledged. I will take it under advisement. Uh, I don't have a history with the captains, so I presume. So I might not have as many difficulties speaking with them that you might, since it's an X and all. That's what I heard. Um,
Reef will give a chuckle at that.
but we'll see how it goes. But I will. I won't circumvent decorum as far as who I should speak with, but I will make a point of uh, passing my information through the exit first, as necessary.
I think that would be proper, Doctor.
Well, thanks for the heads up.
And yeah, I'm, I'm
Yeah,
sure if I'm sorry, go ahead.
go ahead. I was just gonna excuse myself.
Oh, well, on your way out, you hear him kind of mutter, "I'm sure if nothing else, she'll be happy to enlighten you on my past."
I will also take that under advisement and a grain of salt, perhaps.
I would hope so.
All right. Well, perhaps next time we'll actually have a full meal. But in the meantime, this quick meal should be due us for the next couple hours. I will keep you updated and let you know of my progress. I will be in communication. Or let me know when the Nightingale's within communication range, or they have uh, need of my assistance.
You'll be first on my list.
Thank you much. All right. It was a pleasure, Arif. Thanks. Well, you definitely have to do it again.
Indeed. And after the doctor leaves, and I kind of look for him to kind of leave ops, I'm gonna head over to the replicator and replicate another Sloppy Joe number 17.
Alrighty. Scene change, by the way. As the days pass on, the second convoy of Earthian refugees comes to the station. Similarly, the other vessels have been offloaded as temporary accommodations have been already built and set up on the planet's surface, thanks to Lieutenant Commander Vogel's initiative. Like the other convoy, they seem to be suffering from the same genetic illness, Doctor. At least roughly a handful of them on their vessel, on that convoy.
So I will coordinate with Garibaldi Quinix to see if we can figure out some sort of commonalities on how they're getting infected. Because we're going to find out basically how it's being spread. But we at least have a solution for now.
The only commonality is, Doctor, that you find is they come from the same planet.
Okay.
Can we contact the monitor and or Doc? Can you contact the monitor and get the files on their crew that have come up sick, so we can compare?
Yeah, I did send information, and I assume I received some back.
For 2 momentum.
Okay.
The 3 individuals in question, and then also 2 more came down, but they all appeared to be genetic mutations in their bodies, resulting in complications. Either it could have been respiratory. The bullion developed essentially almost like essentially blisters across their body.
Red and white blisters? You'd be red, white, and blue?
They'll just be white blisters, and because how bullions are, they when they pop, it's like acid. So
keep a distance.
Yeah. They developed a treatment similar to yours that repaired the genetic damage, but they do not know the underlying cause of it. They haven't been able to find an underlying cause of it either.
Okay. Is there some sort of perhaps a radiation of some sort that could cause genetic mutations like that?
None that they've detected.
Mm-hmm. I wonder if there's some planetary surveys that could be done or have been done that we could use to investigate possible vectors, gravitational, electromagnetic,
You would have to go there,
radiation.
Doctor, or a vessel had to be sent out there.
Yeah. Or
Were
maybe that's
the crew of the Monitor that came up sick, were they in contact with the Unearthians?
The initial three were, the other two were not.
It's not
they
good.
brought it with them.
Species.
Say that again.
So this isn't good if whatever it is growing across species.
Well, it seems like it's expanding its presence. We could even have an outbreak here at Deep Sea Space 17 that we've been able to deal with. We can at least deal with the symptoms, but we haven't found the underlying cause. So I'm not sure. Maybe we can develop some sort of immunity to this sort of genetic manipulation, if that's what it is.
I don't know, but perhaps we'll need to keep the Unearthians in quarantine.
Well, I'm hoping the Nightingale's crew can help us figure out the root cause of this. It's gonna take a lot more brains than I have, even though I'm
Maybe
doing
we
pretty
should
good.
suggest. Do you think we should suggest to the commander that we cancel shore leave on the planet since we're using the planet below as refugee camps for the Unearthians?
Well, like you said, I don't know why it's jumping species like that, but it doesn't seem like it's. Originally, I thought that maybe it was proximity to the planet, and that those three, they were with the Unearthians. Maybe they got it from them, but the one that didn't have it uh, before meeting those three on the Monitor did. So yeah. So, but yeah, I would agree that I think until we can nail this down, my first instinct was not to let anybody on, but let's see if we
Oh,
can contain it to this place anyway.
that'll be okay. I mean, we've quarantined those sections of the station, and so
Certainly.
we're not we quarantined the people. That whole section of the station is
But we haven't quarantined the planet at all. We may just have infected the whole area.
yeah. Well, we can't keep that many people on board the station. We're just going to have to
Certainly.
we're just going to have to put the planet on quarantine. Like I say, cancel shore leave and uh,
Yeah.
put the planet is off limits until
Well,
we
we're going to have a lot more
change it.
visitors too.
No, our visitors won't be able to go down to the planet.
Why I meant the Unearthians vessels as they're being transported here, I presume.
Right. We probably just start sending them down to the. Maybe just sending them straight to the refugee camps on the
Yeah,
planet. Set up medical stations down there to inoculate the people.
that's fair. Yeah, so let's divert any other vessels, and perhaps get it and see if I can isolate. Maybe we can perhaps get the transporters involved, and they have a medical screening process that we might be able to detect or remove using the inoculation that I've found. Not inoculation, but the remedy. Maybe that could for at least research purposes. I have no idea. It just seems pretty weird.
Well,
But
I
yeah,
think I think you hit on something earlier. I mean, uh, this is something that the Unearthian doctors are completely aware of. So this is a new thing for them. It's coming up so suddenly that, and these folks haven't had any off-world contact. It just smacks of intention to me.
yeah. Well, they got irradiated pretty severely, so they have made enemies. Uh, so I would add high on the list the folks who did the bombing. I would also report to Commander Arif once we're done talking, or even include him in the conversation. But Should definitely be on high alert for spreading this around. I mean, I'm concerned that Unearthians could not only be going to Deep Space 17, but to any other place seeking refuge away from their planet, bringing this along with them.
Something for the commander to look into through diplomatic channels.
Certainly, and the sooner we can get on this, the better. Quarantine all around. All right, anything else you can think of?
Not right now.
Same. All right, well, hopefully we can figure this thing out.
So, what are you trying? You trying to beam one of them and to see if you can identify something through the transporters?
Well, I was gonna maybe shoot phasers. I was gonna maybe save some of these experimentations, but that was gonna be one of the things to see if there's some way the transporter filter, medical filter, could detect such things, given the information that I have, and also maybe test myself using this theory.
For a momentum.
Well, nobody else needs it, so I guess we'll use that last one.
Use it or lose it.
To answer the question for you yourself, Doctor, there's no pathogens other than your typical normal gut bacteria, and not much of a change since the last time you've transported. So nothing different in your transportation logs for yourself.
And the genetic code seems to be intact.
I don't know if the transporters use genetic code. They go by more of like
Quantum states or whatever.
Yeah, brace the person down at the atomic level and then rebuilds them.
Well, this thing's smaller than atomic for sure. But yeah,
But
they basically turn them into
experimental. You could run one of the Unearthians through the transport buffer and see if the transport buffer can filter this stuff out.
yeah, I just wanted to.
Experiment on humans or Unearthian subjects.
You transport an Earthian who are you doing who was infected or currently is infected?
I would do the experiment with someone not known to have been infected, someone who is infected, and someone who has been alleviated of that situation. Basically, anyway. So myself was a test subject to see, do I have anything, and does it recognize it? And doesn't seem to have any effect, so that could be a false negative or just a negative. But now, an Unearthian who has not known to have been sick, and pass them through that.
I'll tell you right now, stuff with their transporter doesn't find anything wrong or anything really differently.
Okay, well, I just wanted to do that. That's fine. But can I make a filter for it, or have somebody help me make a filter?
Transporter can identify it, and if you make a filter for like the genetic or
the markers.
You can't do that with a transporter for genetic. Actually, I guess you could, but the issue is though it's where the lungs at, and you would cause further lung damage to the patient.
If you prevented them from transporting, or prevented that part from transporting, I suppose. But I just need it to be a marker or a indicator that they do or do not have that specific thing.
You could flag it, and that's an advantage creation though in the transporter system, but that's only going to prevent them from being transported.
No, I wasn't suggesting that. I don't know. I was just hoping to find a way to screen people coming into the station. So instead of using the ports and the quarantine areas, we'd
They're
have
not coming to the station anymore. They're going down to the surface of the planet, Doctor.
Okay.
Because there's a little like makeshift colony thing for.
Yes, but the people on the monitor have the same situation, so
They're
I would definitely.
Yeah, but they're not. They're not coming to the station. They're staying behind and they're dealing with the best they
Oh,
can.
they're far away already. Okay, never
Are
mind.
the environmental scans of the planet that the Tenchi made when it was there, are those available in the computer system anywhere?
Potentially.
Could we compare the environmental scans, basically the atmospheric scans of the planet, to the atmosphere on one of these ships? The
They'll come out about this roughly the same. It's like if you're trying to compare what the atmosphere on the planet is like to what it was, you would need to be there yourself.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure if there's something in the atmosphere on the ships that if there is something unusual about the atmosphere on the ship, something that is foreign to an Earthian atmosphere.
I'll give this to you. There's nothing foreign in the Earthian atmosphere.
On the ships?
Yeah, nothing foreign in their atmosphere. They have scrubbers too. They would see it in their scrubbers too. If it's not something that's supposed to be there, they would see it.
Have their scrubbers been modified?
To your knowledge, no, they have not.
Can we take random samples of the food and water supplies from these ships, see if there's any connection between the food and water supplies and this illness?
Reason plus science diff 0.
I'll just roll flat.
2 momentum. The food appears to be quality dehydrated food that lasts for several months. It's not very nutritious, but it's enough that you can live off of for a while.
But there's no trace of this genetic disorder in the food.
It wouldn't be in the food if it's genetic.
Be something in the food triggering the genetic disorder. I mean, as soon as you told me I was thinking, I was thinking along the lines of maybe it was the something about separating the Earthians from the planet until the people from the Monitor started getting this too.
All right. Any other ideas or any other roleplay you guys wish to do?
To eliminate the possibility, can we ask the Earthian leaders if they've had any other outside visitors to their planet? Because they seem pretty
The only outside visitors they've had to their planet has been the Federation vessels that have come to it.
Well, I'm out of ideas.
What other ships have gone to that planet system?
Just the
Have
Federation. Just Federation vessels. Mainly like a couple Starfleet vessels and then some Federation traders.
Have any of them experienced, or have any of their crew experienced any of these symptoms?
Just the monitor that you're aware of.
And that's recent?
Yes.
So this started recently then, the past week?
Couple weeks.
Past couple weeks? Okay. So something must have been introduced at that time, because it appears that the ships before the monitor are unaffected. Perhaps we should put a quarantine on that system. But that's above my pay grade. Possibly, yeah. Gravimetric anomalies could cause it, potentially, but I mean, it's pretty specific in what it's doing.
I mean, things in the Expanse are getting worse.
Well, it's around the Expanse. The Earth Nomad is not in the Expanse.
But the anomalies are getting more frequent, or we're just getting more frequent reports of ships running into them, and then making the assumption that the anomalies are getting more frequent or numerous.
The anomalies are appearing around the edge of the Ebon Expanse.
But not inside.
Actually, those anomalies do appear. Actually, no, you don't know. Because the last vessel to go in there reported different stuff. So,
What do we know about that area of space?
it is considered to be a Class 4 dark nebula that is extremely large.
I think we need a science brain in on this. And
That's Vogel's job.
Well, it was. Yeah, probably too busy to do that. Maybe we can get the science team, or I mean, we can invite her into the conversation. She might have something to give. Maybe we're at a conference table together or something. More research. That's what the doc will do.
You are aware there's a research vessel coming in, a research medical vessel coming in, Doctor, too, that they could potentially assist you with on this.
Yeah, I'm going to prepare as much as I can on my own.
Garibaldi's going to let the doctor say, "Sorry, I could have been more help, Doc," and then he's going to go.
You're doing good, thank you.
Go to his little closet of an office and begin working on his other projects.
To answer the one thing with Kegu for you, Koenix, is no one has attempted to access his file. To set up that program, really, what difficulty do you want to set for? Actually, no, wait. I should probably read a little bit more on that. Give me control plus, I'm thinking engineering, because you're writing a computer program here. Difficulty of 3. I'll spend some thread. To set up that program.
I'd like to. I think is this at all kind of risky what I'm doing?
You're setting up essentially a program. If anyone accesses yours or a Reef's file, you can attempt to trace it immediately to the origin of where the trace or.
Because I'm basically trying to get some information.
Well, that's just to set the program. That if anyone tries to access it on the station's computer. Keep in mind, there are files kept at Starfleet Command at Earth, or essentially in the Starfleet Cloud of Database.
Well, what I'm trying to do is set up a trap so that if anyone attempts to do the kind of things that Garibaldi does, the program will notify Garibaldi and then attempt to trace that back to its origin.
Right, that's why it's difficulty 3.
I'm trying to see if my risk taking in pursuit of knowledge value would fit.
No.
All right. Will you take Codemaker or Diligent traits to lower the difficulty?
You're not breaking a code, you're making code.
It's worth a shot. All right, I'm going to use my join talent. I do have a former host that I've already named that is a software engineer to give myself the appropriate focus for today.
Okay, so computers.
And then I'll give you a threat in both those momentum.
Hey, got it. I guess the station would assist with computers engineering.
Computers, engineering, starship task. Yeah, well.
You have the program, wrote the program, it's set up and in place in the computer core.
Thank you.
The other thing, that's going to have to wait.
Okay.
Anything else anybody wishes to do? All right, with that, we're gonna move on to the last and final scene, which is a quick thing, real quick. Whoever's your comm officer pipes up. We're receiving an open communication from the monitor, Commander.
On screen.
And on screen appears the captain of the USS Monitor. This is Captain Joyce Newton of the USS Monitor. We're tracking an unknown energy wave emitting from the Ebon Expanse. It's traveling at an immense speed. Impact is imminent. Sensors can no longer detect the inertian. And will be to be